Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty logical by nature, studied engineering for a couple years before dropping out to work full-time. I like explanations, evidence, things I can touch and see. At least that's how I was until about 8 months ago when something happened in my apartment that I still can't explain. I live in Harborview in this older 2-bedroom apartment with my older brother Marco. We've been here about 3 years. It's nothing fancy, just a basic place with thin walls and windows that rattle when it gets windy. The rent's decent though, and the location works for both of us since it's close enough to downtown but not too expensive. We're both into fitness, but gym memberships around here are ridiculous, so we converted our small living room into a home gym. Nothing crazy, just some dumbbells, resistance bands, and this heavy punching bag that Marco bought from some guy on Craigslist. The thing weighs about 200 pounds. It's an old school leather one, not those lightweight modern ones. We had to reinforce the ceiling to hang it properly with a thick chain. The landlord wasn't thrilled about the holes in his ceiling, but we promised to patch everything when we move out. Anyway, this happened back in January, during that cold snap we had. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I just finished a long shift at the warehouse where I work. It was around 6 in the evening, already dark outside, and I was beat. My brother works nights at the hospital, so he was still sleeping when I got home. I came in, locked the door behind me, and just wanted to chill for a bit before making dinner. Our apartment was quiet, just the usual hum of the heater since it was freezing outside. I went to my room, left the door open like I usually do, and sat at my computer to check some emails and watch some YouTube videos. I'd been sitting there maybe 10 minutes when I heard it, this slight metallic sound from the living room. At first, I barely registered it. You know how your brain filters out small noises, right? But then it got louder. It was the chain that holds up the punching bag. I didn't think much of it initially. Our building is old, the floors creak, and sometimes when the neighbors walk around, you can feel slight vibrations. But the sound continued and got stronger. I remember thinking it was annoying, but didn't get up right away. Then the noise became unmistakable, that distinct sound of metal links rubbing against each other. I finally leaned back in my chair to peek through my open doorway into the living room, and what I saw made me sit up straight. The punching bag was swinging. Not just a little movement either. This thing was swinging side to side like someone was working out with it, like really going at it. The chain was creaking under the strain of the movement, and the bag was swinging in a perfect arc, exactly like it does when one of us is using it. My first thought was rational. Maybe it was a draft. We get pretty bad drafts in winter when the wind picks up, but something felt off about this. The movement was too purposeful, too rhythmic. It wasn't random like it would be if wind was hitting it. I got up and walked to the living room, stopping at my doorway. From there, I could see that the front door was completely closed. All windows were shut tight because, like I said, it was freezing outside. There was no way a draft could be causing that kind of movement. I stood there for maybe 20 seconds, just watching this 200-pound bag swing back and forth, the chain groaning with each movement. It wasn't slowing down at all. If anything, it seemed to be swinging harder. I'm not going to lie, I felt this cold feeling wash over me, but I tried to stay logical. I walked over to the bag, thinking maybe there was some explanation. Maybe the ceiling mount was loose or something. When I got to the bag, I grabbed it to stop the swinging. It took actual force to stop it. That's how much momentum it had built up. I checked the ceiling mount and it was solid. I pushed the bag a little to see if it was unstable somehow, but it moved normally and then came to rest like it always does. Nothing strange about the bag itself. Feeling a bit confused but not really scared yet, I went back to my room and sat down again at my computer. I remember distinctly thinking, that was weird, but not dwelling on it too much. I put my headphones on and started watching a video. Not even 5 minutes later, I heard it again, that same metallic creaking, now audible even through my headphones. I pulled them off and turned around. The bag was swinging again, harder this time. This is when I felt the first real twinge of fear. There was absolutely no explanation for what I was seeing. No drafts, no open windows, no loose mounting, and definitely no other people. My brother was still in his room with the door closed, dead asleep before his night shift. I walked back to the living room, this time feeling my heart beating faster. The bag was swinging in that same rhythmic pattern, side to side, like someone was throwing combinations at it. The chain was loud now, almost like it was being strained to its limit. I approached the bag again and reached out to stop it. This time it felt... I don't know how to describe it exactly. It felt resistant, like when you try to take something from someone who doesn't want to let go, but I managed to stop it, holding it firmly until it was completely still. I stood there for a moment, hands still on the bag, trying to make sense of what was happening. I'm not religious or superstitious, but I found myself looking around the room, half expecting to see something. But the apartment was empty and quiet except for the hum of the heater. I decided to do an experiment. I pushed the bag to get it swinging, then stood back and watched. It behaved exactly as physics would dictate. The swings getting progressively smaller until the bag nearly stopped. Normal, expected. That's how a 200-pound object should behave when left alone. Feeling a bit better, thinking maybe I'd imagined the intensity of the swinging, I went back to my room. I left my headphones off this time and kept my door wide open so I could see into the living room from my desk. For about 2 minutes, nothing happened. The bag was almost completely still, with just the tiniest movement that you'd expect from air currents in a room. Then, without any build-up, it started again. This time, I watched it happen from the beginning. The bag began to move, slowly at first, then building momentum with each swing. Within 30 seconds, it was swinging as hard as before. Huge, forceful arcs that made the chain groan loudly. I felt frozen in my chair. This wasn't a draft. This wasn't physics. This was something deliberately moving a 200-pound object with enough force that it looked like someone was boxing with it. What happened next is the part I have the hardest time telling people because it sounds so unbelievable, but I swear on everything I care about that this is exactly what happened. I stood up, my legs feeling slightly weak, and walked to my doorway. I watched the bag swinging for maybe another 10 seconds. Then, without really thinking about it, I spoke out loud. "It is very strong and loud," I said, my voice sounding strange in the empty apartment. "Stop doing that. I don't want to play now." The bag stopped, not gradually, not slowing down over time like it should have. It just stopped, like someone had grabbed it mid-swing. One moment it was swinging violently, and the next moment it was completely still. I felt every hair on my body stand up. My skin erupted in goosebumps so intense they were painful. For several seconds, I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. The realization hit me like a truck. Whatever was moving the bag had heard me and obeyed me. Something was in my apartment. Something invisible, something that could exert enough physical force to swing a 200-pound bag. And it had understood my words. That was the moment true fear set in. Not the kind of fear you get from watching a scary movie or walking alone at night. This was primal terror, the kind that makes your throat close up and your muscles lock in place. I somehow managed to back up to my desk without taking my eyes off the now perfectly still punching bag. I fumbled for my mouse with a shaking hand and clicked on the first music playlist I could find, turning the volume up as high as it would go. I needed noise, something normal, something human, to fill the terrible silence of that apartment. The music helped a little. It broke the spell of fear that had me frozen. I sat there, unable to look away from the bag, waiting to see if it would move again. It didn't. It remained completely motionless, as if nothing had ever happened. I've never been so grateful to hear my brother's key in the door as I was 10 minutes later. The sound of him coming in, yawning and dropping his backpack on the floor, was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. The moment another living person was in that apartment with me, I felt like I could breathe again. Marco noticed something was off right away. He said I looked pale and asked if I was feeling sick. I didn't tell him then. I couldn't find the words, and part of me was already trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe the ceiling mount had temporarily loosened and then settled back into place. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, but I know I didn't imagine it. That bag moved on its own, and whatever was moving it listened when I told it to stop. I did eventually tell Marco about a week later. He didn't laugh or dismiss it, which I appreciated. He said he's never experienced anything in the apartment, but he believes that I believe what I saw. That's about as good as I could hope for. We still live in the same place. The punching bag is still hanging there in our living room. I use it regularly, and nothing strange has happened since. But sometimes when I'm alone in the apartment, I catch myself watching it from the corner of my eye, half expecting it to start swinging again. I laugh about it now when I tell people the story. It's easier to frame it as this funny, weird thing that happened once. But even as I laugh, I can feel those same goosebumps rising on my arms, because I know what I saw. And I know that for a few minutes on a cold January evening, I wasn't alone in that apartment. Something was there with me, something strong enough to move 200 pounds of dead weight like it was nothing, and whatever it was, it listened when I spoke to it. I still don't know what to make of that. Story 2. I've never told this story to anyone outside of the police and a few close family members. I still have nightmares about it, and I'm not sure writing it down will help. But maybe someone will read this and think twice before making the same mistake we did. This happened in the winter of 1976 in Rexburg, Idaho. I was 20 years old and in my second year at Ricks College. It was early December, just before finals week, and a bunch of us decided to get together at my friend Diane's house to study and blow off some steam. I remember it was freezing that night. The kind of cold that makes your lungs hurt when you breathe. The snow was piled high on both sides of the road as I walked the 3 blocks from my apartment to Diane's place. I was bundled up in my thickest coat, scarf and mittens, but I could still feel the bitter wind cutting through. Diane lived in this old 2-story house that had been converted into apartments. She had the entire main floor, which made it perfect for gatherings. When I arrived, there were already about 10 people there, sprawled out in the living room with textbooks and notes. Most of us were from the same ward, church congregation, so we all knew each other pretty well. I remember seeing Vanessa sitting on the floor by the coffee table, laughing at something someone had said. She was this petite girl with long, dark hair and bright blue eyes, always smiling. She'd transferred from Utah State that semester, and we'd become friends in our American literature class. The evening started off completely normal. We ordered pizza, quizzed each other on study materials, and shared stories about our professors. Around 9 o'clock, more people arrived, bringing our group to about 15. That's when the studying pretty much stopped, and we just started hanging out. I was in the kitchen grabbing a soda when I heard excited voices from the living room. When I walked back in, I saw Jason, Diane's boyfriend, pulling out a Ouija board from his backpack. I immediately felt uncomfortable. Growing up in a religious household, I'd always been taught that Ouija boards were dangerous, that they opened doors that should remain closed. "Where did you get that?" someone asked. "My cousin left it at our place last weekend," Jason replied. "Thought it might be fun to try it out." I hung back as they cleared the coffee table and set up the board. A few others seemed hesitant like me, but most were curious or amused. Vanessa was especially interested. Her eyes lit up as soon as she saw the board. "I've always wanted to try one of these," she said, sitting cross-legged in front of the table. 6 of them gathered around the board. Jason, Diane, Vanessa, Mark, Beth, and Chris, while the rest of us watched from the couches and chairs. I stayed standing, leaning against the wall near the hallway that led to the bathroom. I wanted to keep my distance, but couldn't help being curious about what would happen. They started with typical questions. "Is anyone there?" "What's your name?" The planchette moved to spell out Sarah. They asked how Sarah died, and the board spelled out fever. It all seemed pretty harmless at first. Someone asked what year she was born, and the board spelled out 1823. I remember thinking it was probably just someone pushing the planchette, maybe Jason or Diane trying to make the evening more interesting. But then things started to get weird. Vanessa became more engaged than anyone else. While others would laugh or make jokes between questions, she remained intensely focused on the board. Her fingers barely touched the planchette, but she never took her eyes off it. "Are you alone?" Vanessa asked. The planchette moved to no. "Who's with you?" she continued. The board spelled out many and then friends. Mark laughed. "Ask if any of them can help me pass my chemistry final." But Vanessa ignored him. "Are any of you not friendly?" she asked, her voice dropping lower. The planchette didn't move for a moment, and then slowly circled the board before settling on yes. I felt a chill run through me that had nothing to do with the December weather. The room seemed to get quieter. Even the skeptics were watching more intently now. "I think we should stop," Beth said, pulling her fingers back from the planchette. "No, wait," Vanessa insisted. "Just a few more questions." Beth reluctantly put her fingers back, but I could see she was uncomfortable. Everyone was. "Who isn't friendly?" Vanessa asked. The planchette moved rapidly, spelling out watcher. "What do you watch for?" Vanessa continued. "Doors. Doors to what?" "Your world." By this point, Diane was visibly uncomfortable. "Maybe Beth is right," she said. "We should take a break or something." "Just one more question," Vanessa pleaded. She was leaning forward now, her whole body tense with excitement. I'd never seen her like this before. It was like she was in a trance. Before anyone could object, she asked, "Watcher, I want to see you. Can I see you?" The planchette shot to yes so quickly that Chris jerked his hand back in surprise. "Okay, that's enough," Jason said firmly, reaching to put the board away. Vanessa looked disappointed but didn't argue. The atmosphere in the room had shifted. What had started as a fun distraction had turned uncomfortable. To lighten the mood, someone suggested we play charades instead. So we did. We divided into teams and spent the next half hour acting out movie titles and book names. Vanessa seemed distant during the game, barely participating and often glancing toward the front door. I caught her checking her watch several times. It was around 11:30 when we heard the knock. 3 firm raps on the front door. Vanessa, who was sitting closest to the entrance, immediately stood up. "I'll get it," she said, already moving toward the door before anyone could respond. I had a clear view from where I was standing. I watched as she unlocked the door and pulled it open. The porch light, which had been on when I arrived earlier, was now off. All I could see was darkness beyond the doorway and the silhouette of something. It wasn't clearly a person, more like a shadow, but denser somehow. It stood perfectly still, no features discernible in the darkness. I couldn't even tell if it had a face, just a black, humanoid shape against the night. Vanessa didn't say anything. She just stood there, staring at the figure. And then, without any warning, she collapsed, fell straight to the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. There was a moment of stunned silence before everyone reacted. I rushed forward with the others, and when I looked up at the doorway, the figure was gone. Just empty darkness. Jason immediately closed and locked the door, while Mark turned Vanessa onto her back. She wasn't moving. Her eyes were open, but completely vacant, staring at nothing. Diane started CPR, while Chris called for an ambulance. I stood there, frozen, watching as they tried to revive her. Her skin was already turning cold to the touch, even though it had only been seconds since she collapsed. Her lips were blue. I'd never seen anyone die before, but somehow I knew that's what was happening. We were watching Vanessa die right in front of us. The ambulance arrived within minutes, but it was already too late. The paramedics worked on her for what felt like an eternity, but nothing helped. They finally stopped, looked at each other, and one of them checked his watch, calling time of death. The next few hours were a blur of police officers, questions, statements, and shock. They asked if Vanessa had any health problems we knew about, if she'd been drinking or taking any drugs. We all said no. She was healthy, athletic even. She ran 3 miles every morning. The medical examiner later determined she died of sudden cardiac arrest. Her heart had simply stopped beating. There was no medical explanation for why a healthy 20-year-old would suffer such a catastrophic heart failure. They suggested it might have been an undiagnosed congenital condition, but I knew better. We all did, though none of us said it out loud when the police were there. Later that night, after the police had gone and most people had left, the few of us who remained sat in Diane's kitchen in a state of shock. Jason had put the Ouija board back in his backpack, and no one had touched it since. "Did you see it?" I finally asked. "At the door." They looked at me, and I could tell from their expressions that they had. "It wasn't a person," Beth whispered. "It didn't have a face." "She asked to see it," Mark said, his voice hollow. "And it came." We didn't talk much after that. There didn't seem to be anything else to say. We'd witnessed something that couldn't be explained by logic or science. Vanessa had invited something inhuman into her life, and it had taken her. The funeral was held 5 days later. Her parents flew in from Seattle, broken by the loss of their only child. We didn't tell them about the Ouija board or what happened at the door. What would have been the point? It wouldn't have brought her back, and they wouldn't have believed us anyway. I dropped out after that semester. I couldn't stay in Rexburg anymore, not with the memories. I transferred to a college in California, as far away as I could get. But distance doesn't erase what I saw. It's been over 45 years now, and I still think about that night. I've never touched a Ouija board since, and I never will. I believe that these boards are doorways, and there are entities waiting on the other side, not the friendly spirits of departed loved ones that the packaging wants you to believe, but something darker and more dangerous. They pretend to be harmless to gain your trust, but their ultimate goal is something else entirely. I don't know what happened to the others who were there that night. We all scattered after the incident, eager to put it behind us. Sometimes I wonder if they've told anyone, if they've warned others like I'm trying to warn you now. I still have nightmares about that shadow in the doorway. In my dreams, I can see its features clearly, or rather, the complete lack of them, just empty darkness where a face should be. And sometimes, in the worst nightmares, it's not standing at Diane's door anymore. It's standing at mine. I don't know what that thing was that came for Vanessa. I don't know if it was a demon or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, and it was malevolent, and it took her life because she asked to see it. So consider this a warning. Those boards aren't toys. They're not games. They're invitations to things that should never be invited. And once you extend that invitation, you can't take it back. Story 3. I don't usually share this story. I've tried to forget about it for 20 years now, but the memories keep crawling back when I least expect them. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I'll hear whispers that don't have a source. Sometimes objects move when I'm not looking. I've learned to live with it, but I want others to understand why they should never, never mess with a Ouija board, especially if you're just a kid. I was 12 when it happened. My mum and I lived in this tiny rural town called Whispering Pines. One of those places where everyone knows everyone, where rumors spread faster than wildfire, and where the most exciting thing to do was hang out at the gas station parking lot on Friday nights. Looking back, I think maybe the isolation and boredom is what drove adults to do stupid things, like bringing their children to ghost hunting sessions. It was a Saturday in October. Mum had been talking all week about her friend Diane's haunted house. Diane had bought this old Victorian place at the edge of town for a steal. It was this massive 3-story home with peeling paint, creaky floors, and those weird turret rooms. The kind of place that already looks haunted even without a backstory. But of course, there was a backstory. According to local gossip, the house had belonged to a doctor in the 1800s. People said he'd lost his mind after his wife died in childbirth, and that weird things happened to the children who lived there afterward. The stories varied, but everyone agreed there were child ghosts in that house. The previous owners had moved out abruptly, leaving furniture behind. They claimed doors would lock themselves. The handyman who'd been hired to fix up the place refused to go back after finding strange scratches in the door frames. Words, he said, though he wouldn't repeat them. When Mum told me we were going to Diane's for a get-together, I was excited. I thought it meant other kids, maybe some board games. I didn't know she was taking me to a freaking séance. We arrived around 8 that night. There were 5 adults, Mom, Diane, Diane's boyfriend Rick, and 2 other women from Mom's work, Patty and Jen. No other kids. The house was freezing inside, despite the fireplace roaring in the living room. Diane was giving everyone the tour, proudly pointing out where she'd seen the girl on the stairs or heard the little boy laughing. The adults were drinking wine, making jokes about ghosts, daring each other to go into the cellar alone. "Madison, come look at this," Diane called me over to the staircase. "This is where the cable guy saw something. He was here installing internet, totally alone in the house, and he swore he saw a little boy and girl standing right here watching him. He dropped his tools and ran out." I remember feeling a weird pressure in my ears as I stood at the bottom of those stairs, like when you're swimming too deep. The adults laughed, but I didn't find it funny at all. After the tour, everyone settled in the living room. Diane brought out a Ouija board. Not one of those Parker Brothers ones from the toy store. This was old, made of dark wood with ornate lettering. She set it on the coffee table with this dramatic flourish, like she was unveiling something precious. "Madison, you can just watch," Mum said, patting the couch beside her. "This is for grown-ups." I sat there watching them place their fingers lightly on this triangular piece of wood with a glass circle in the middle. The planchette, Diane called it. At first, nothing happened. They asked stupid questions like, "Is anyone here?" and "Do you have a message for us?" For about 10 minutes, nothing happened except nervous giggles and accusations that someone was pushing it. Then the planchette started to move. Slowly at first, then with more confidence. I was watching their faces carefully, looking for signs that someone was faking it. But they all looked genuinely surprised when it started spelling words. HELP. "Who needs help?" Diane asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. "US. Who are you?" Rick asked. CHILDREN. The air in the room seemed to get heavier. I felt it pressing against my skin. The planchette moved again. TWOOFUS. Mom looked at Diane with wide eyes. 2 children, like the ones people have seen. My curiosity got the better of me. "Can I try?" I asked. Now looking back, I still can't believe Mom nodded and scooted over. What kind of parent lets their 12-year-old join a Ouija session in a house everyone believes is haunted? But that's exactly what happened. She patted the floor next to her, and I slid down from the couch, wedging myself between her and Patty. Just put your fingers here, lightly. Mom guided my hand to the planchette. Don't push. The moment my fingertips touched that piece of wood, something changed in the room. The planchette had been moving sluggishly before, but now it shot across the board with such force that our fingers could barely keep up. It was like it had been waiting for me. STAIRCASEHIDING. The staircase? That's where people see the ghosts, Diane whispered. HEKEEPSUSHERE. Who keeps you here? Rick asked. NOTFATHER. Did you live in this house? Jen asked. NO. Then why are you here? Mom asked. BROUGHTUS. Who brought you here? Patty asked. The planchette stopped moving for several seconds. The silence in the room was deafening. Then it began again, slower and more deliberate. THEMAN. I remember feeling cold sweat forming on my back. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. I wanted to take my fingers off that planchette, but I felt frozen in place. What man? Diane asked, her voice barely audible. Without warning, the planchette jerked violently across the board, nearly pulling our fingers off. MINETHEYAREMINE. The energy in the room changed instantly. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. The shadows in the corners looked darker, somehow more solid. I felt a pressure on my shoulders, like invisible hands pushing down. Who are we talking to now? Rick asked, his voice unsteady. THEYBELONGTOME. Mom's hand was trembling under mine. Are you the man who brought the children here? She asked. YES. Why won't you let them go? Jen asked. NEVERLETGOMINEFOREVER. The fireplace flames suddenly flared higher, casting grotesque shadows across the walls. The adults exchanged nervous glances. Mom forced a laugh, trying to break the tension. Maybe we should take a break. The planchette shot to the corner of the board, then began spelling rapidly. STUPID, 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 STUPID. Okay, not funny, Patty said sharply. Who's pushing it? No one admitted to anything. And then the planchette began revealing things. Terrible, private things. MARYSWALLOWED. PILLSLASTYEAR. My mom's name is Mary. Her face went chalk white. 8 months before this night, she had attempted suicide after Dad left us. I wasn't supposed to know, but I'd overheard conversations. No one in that room should have known, except Mom. JENLOSTBABYHIDFROMHUSBAND. Jen gasped and pulled her hands away from the planchette as if it had burned her. How could anyone know that? She whispered. She looked accusingly at my mother, who shook her head in bewilderment. Before anyone could speak, the planchette moved again. PATTYSTILLSEESMANWHOHITSHER. Patty stood up so quickly she knocked over her wine glass. This isn't funny anymore, she said, her voice shaking. Who told you about Kevin? Did you all know? Nobody told us anything, Diane insisted. I swear. The planchette continued moving under our remaining fingers. IKNOWALLSECRETS. I think we need to stop, Mom said firmly, removing her fingers. I followed her lead, relieved to break contact with that thing. Rick and Diane were the last to let go. Let's take a breather, Rick suggested, standing up. Get some air. We all practically ran outside to Diane's back porch. The cold October air felt amazing after the stifling atmosphere inside. Everyone was talking at once, asking how the others knew their secrets, denying any knowledge. Mom had her arm around me, holding me tight against her side. Nobody's playing a joke, Diane insisted. I've had weird things happen in the house, but nothing like this. Those were very specific details, Jen said, hugging herself against the cold. Private things. We left everything on the board, Rick realized. Shouldn't we put it away properly or something? Diane nodded. You're supposed to say goodbye through the board. Let's go back in and end it properly. We were only outside for maybe 5 minutes, but when we walked back into the living room, everything had changed. The Ouija board was still on the coffee table where we'd left it, but the planchette was gone. After a frantic search, Rick found it across the room, under an armchair. The glass circle in its center had been popped out. Diane picked it up with trembling hands. "This isn't possible," she whispered. "The glass is press-fitted. You can't just pop it out without breaking it." The missing glass circle was nowhere to be found, despite us turning the living room upside down looking for it. The fire in the fireplace had died down to embers, though it had been roaring just minutes before, and there, in the ashes at the front of the fireplace, were 2 small footprints, as if a child had stepped in the cinders. Mom grabbed my hand. "We're leaving. Now." No one argued. We all practically ran to our cars. I remember looking back at that house as we drove away. For a split second, I thought I saw 2 small faces in an upstairs window, but when I blinked, they were gone. That night, I slept in Mom's bed for the first time in years. Neither of us mentioned what had happened. The next day, Mom called Diane, who told her she'd packed up the Ouija board and thrown it in the dumpster behind the grocery store. Mom made me promise never to use a Ouija board again. It was a promise I've kept. But whatever happened that night, whatever door we opened, it never fully closed. For weeks afterward, I'd wake up at 3 in the morning to find my bedroom freezing cold, even though the rest of the house was warm. I'd hear whispers, like children playing, coming from empty rooms. Once, I found small handprints on my bedroom window, on the inside. Mom and I never talked about that night again. She avoided Diane, Patty, and Jen at work. Within 6 months, we'd moved to another town. But distance didn't help. 20 years later, I still experience things I can't explain. Electronics malfunction around me. Batteries drain inexplicably. Sometimes I'll come home to find all the faucets running or all the cabinet doors open. Twice I've found writing on steamed-up mirrors, childish scrawls that vanish when I try to photograph them. And occasionally I'll feel a small hand slip into mine when I'm alone. I don't pull away anymore. Sometimes I even squeeze back gently, though I'm not sure why. I don't know what we connected with that night. I don't know if we actually contacted the spirits of 2 children trapped by some malevolent entity, or if we invited something more sinister into our lives that was just pretending. All I know is that Ouija boards aren't toys. They're doors. And sometimes what comes through those doors never leaves. If you take anything from my experience, let it be this. Don't mess with things you don't understand. And for God's sake, don't let your children anywhere near a Ouija board. Some mistakes follow you forever. Story 4. I never thought I'd be someone who believes in ghosts or paranormal stuff. But after what happened to me when I was 19, I can't deny that something exists beyond what we can explain. I'm still trying to make sense of it all these years later. My parents split up when I was in my senior year of high school, and afterward, my mum, my younger sister Kelly, and I moved to this small brown house in Elk River, Minnesota. It was nothing special, just a basic 2-story with 3 bedrooms and kinda outdated everything. The rent was cheap, which was the main selling point since my mum was struggling after the divorce. Before we moved to Elk River, I'd already had a couple weird experiences that started making me question my skepticism. Once, our TV turned on by itself in the middle of the night and just kept flipping through channels. I thought maybe someone was sitting on the remote somewhere, but we found it sitting on the coffee table completely untouched. Another time, my mom took a picture of us in the backyard, and when we looked at it later, there was this dark shadow figure standing behind my sister. We couldn't explain it. There was nobody else in the yard with us that day. But those things were nothing compared to what happened after we moved to Elk River. It started with a stupid idea I had with my friends, Jess and Taylor. We were at Goodwill one afternoon, just killing time, when we found this Ouija board tucked away on a shelf. It was only $5, and we thought it would be funny to prank my sister Kelly, who was totally obsessed with ghost hunting shows. She was always talking about wanting to communicate with spirits, so we figured we'd set up this whole fake seance thing to freak her out. We brought the board home and hid it in my closet until Kelly got back from her friend's house. When she came home, we casually mentioned that we'd heard weird noises coming from the basement, and maybe we should try to communicate with whatever was down there. Kelly practically bounced off the walls with excitement. So we set everything up in the living room that night. Candles, dimmed lights, the whole cheesy horror movie vibe. My mum was working the late shift at the hospital, so it was just us. The plan was for me to secretly move the planchette while we all had our fingers on it to spell out something silly to freak Kelly out. But when we started, something felt off. The room seemed colder than it should have been, and I swear the flames on the candles barely moved, like the air had become completely still. We asked if anyone was there, and I was about to start moving the planchette when it actually slid slightly on its own. I looked at Jess, thinking she was doing it, but she looked just as confused as I felt. Kelly was absolutely thrilled, thinking we had made contact with something. I tried to play it cool, but I was getting freaked out. I decided to end the session by pretending to get scared and throwing the board against the wall. The moment it hit, this weird silence fell over the house. It wasn't just quiet. It was like all sound had been sucked out of the room. Even the constant hum of the refrigerator seemed to stop for a few seconds. I remember laughing nervously and saying, "Okay, that was weird," before gathering up the board and planchette and shoving them back in my closet. Kelly was disappointed that we'd ended the session so abruptly, but something in my gut told me we shouldn't have been messing with that thing in the first place. About a week later, I was hanging out at McDonald's with some friends when my phone rang. It was Kelly, and she was absolutely hysterical. She said she'd been in the shower when someone started turning the doorknob of the bathroom door, trying to get in. She thought it was me coming home early, so she called out, but no one answered. The doorknob kept turning, and when she finally worked up the courage to wrap herself in a towel and open the door, no one was there. She had checked every room in the house. She was completely alone. I rushed home to find her sitting on the front porch, still in her towel with her hair wet, refusing to go back inside. When I finally convinced her it was safe, she wouldn't let me out of her sight. That night, while we were watching TV in the living room, Kelly suddenly went pale and pointed down the hallway. "There's a woman walking down there," she whispered. I looked but saw nothing. Kelly insisted she'd seen a woman with long dark hair walking from my bedroom to our mum's room at the end of the hall. I checked every room, every closet, even under the beds, but there was no one. I tried to convince Kelly she was just seeing shadows, but she wouldn't buy it. "It wasn't a shadow," she said. She turned and looked right at me. After that, strange things started happening almost daily. One night, I woke up around 3:45 in the morning to this high-pitched ringing in my ears. It was so loud it felt like my head was going to split open. I sat up in bed, and right as I did, my blanket was yanked off me so forcefully it flew across the room and hit my dresser. I was frozen with fear, unable to move or scream. I just sat there in the dark, staring at my blanket on the floor, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe I'd kicked it off in my sleep, but I knew that wasn't possible. It had been pulled straight off, like someone had grabbed the end of it and just ripped it away. The next weekend, I had Jess and Taylor over for a sleepover, hoping having more people in the house would make things feel normal again. They slept on air mattresses on my bedroom floor, and in the morning, they both told me the same thing. They'd heard whispers calling their names throughout the night. Taylor said she felt like someone was sitting on the edge of her mattress, and Jess swore someone had tucked her blanket around her shoulders when she was half asleep. "I thought it was you," Jess told me at breakfast. I even mumbled thanks before I realized you were still in your bed. Then there was the phone incident. I was taking a shower one morning before school, and I'd left my phone on the towel rack. When I got out, my phone was on the floor. The screen cracked. I thought maybe it had fallen, but the towel rack was flat. There was no way it could have just vibrated itself off unless someone had pushed it. 2 days later, I was brushing my teeth when a heavy glass candle on the back of the toilet suddenly flew across the room and shattered against the bathtub. No windows were open, no one else was in the bathroom, and the candle hadn't been near the edge. It was like someone had picked it up and thrown it. My mum started noticing things too, though she tried to rationalize everything. The TV in the living room would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, always to static. Doors we'd closed would be wide open in the morning. Once, she found all the kitchen cabinets open when she came down for coffee, though she swore she'd closed them before going to bed. The scariest moment for me happened when I was alone in the house doing dishes. I had my hair down, and suddenly I felt it being lifted, strand by strand, like someone was playing with it. I could feel it rising away from my neck, being separated into sections. I was terrified, but somehow found my voice. "You're not allowed to touch me," I said firmly, surprised by how steady my voice was. The feeling stopped immediately, and the kitchen suddenly felt normal again. But I knew without a doubt that something had been there with me, touching my hair. Kelly was having the worst time of all. She said she often woke up to find someone sitting on the edge of her bed, and the weight would remain even after she turned on the light to find no one there. She started sleeping with the lights on and moved a small TV into her room to drown out the whispers she said she could hear coming through her heating vent. I finally told my mum about the Ouija board, thinking maybe that had started all this. She wasn't happy, but she didn't seem to think it was related to the weird stuff happening around the house. She suggested maybe the house had always been haunted and the board had just made us more aware of it. But I don't think that's what happened. I think whatever was in that house was dormant until we used that board. Or worse, maybe something followed the board home from wherever it had been before Goodwill. Either way, I'm convinced we opened some kind of door that night. Things kept escalating. One morning, Kelly screamed from the bathroom. She'd been looking in the mirror and swore she saw someone standing behind her. But when she turned around, no one was there. When she looked back at the mirror, the figure was still visible in the reflection. We started keeping a log of all the weird occurrences, trying to find patterns. Most activity happened between 3 and 4 in the morning. The hallway between the bedrooms seemed to be a hotspot. Electronics would malfunction more than usual. Batteries would drain overnight. Light bulbs would burn out after just a day or two. I started researching online, trying to find out about the house's history. I couldn't find much, except that an elderly woman had died there about 5 years before we moved in. Nothing suspicious about her death. She was in her 90s and passed in her sleep. But I wondered if she was the woman Kelly had seen in the hallway. Then came the night that still gives me chills when I think about it. I was home alone. My mom was working overnight, and Kelly was at a sleepover. I was catching up on homework in the kitchen when the power suddenly went out. No storm, no warning, just darkness. I used my phone's flashlight to find some candles and matches in the drawer. As I lit the first candle, I heard footsteps upstairs, slow and deliberate, moving from one end of the hallway to the other. I froze, listening. The steps stopped at the top of the stairs, and then I heard what sounded like someone sliding their hand down the wooden banister. "Hello?" I called out, knowing full well no one should be in the house. No answer, but the footsteps started again, this time coming down the stairs. I couldn't see anything beyond the small circle of candlelight, but I could hear each distinct step. I grabbed my phone to call 911, thinking it was an intruder, but there was no signal. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and then started moving across the living room toward the kitchen where I was standing. I backed up against the counter, holding the candle out in front of me like some kind of weapon. The temperature dropped suddenly. I could see my breath in the candlelight. The footsteps stopped just outside the kitchen doorway, and then I heard a woman's voice, so close it could have been right next to my ear. "You shouldn't have called me," she whispered. The candle blew out, though there wasn't a hint of a breeze. In the complete darkness, I felt something cold brush against my cheek, like fingers trailing across my skin. I bolted, fumbling through the dark house to the front door, not stopping to grab a coat or shoes even though it was February in Minnesota. I ran to my neighbor's house and banged on their door until they answered, probably looking like a complete lunatic in my pajamas with no shoes. They let me call my mom from their phone, and she came home early from her shift. When we went back to our house, the power was back on, and everything seemed normal, except for one thing. The Ouija board, which had been stored in my closet, was now on the kitchen table where I'd been sitting, and the planchette was pointing to the word hello. We moved out 2 weeks later. My mom had been skeptical about the whole thing until she saw that board on the table. She knew I wouldn't have taken it out, especially not after everything that had been happening. I've never touched a Ouija board since then, and I never will. Whatever was in that house, or whatever came with that board, was real. I can't explain it. I can't prove it to anyone who wasn't there. But I know what I experienced. Sometimes I still wake up around 3:45 in the morning with that same high-pitched ringing in my ears. And for a split second, I'm terrified I'll feel my blanket being yanked away again. So far, it hasn't happened in any other place I've lived, but I'm always afraid that whatever it was might have followed us. I don't know if it was the ghost of the old woman who died there or something else entirely. All I know is that it wanted acknowledgement. It wanted us to know it was there, and it definitely got what it wanted. Story 5. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened when I was 13. This was back in 2003, when Avril Lavigne was everywhere, and my biggest worry was supposed to be algebra homework. I've never really shared the full story before, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out here has experienced something similar and can help me understand what happened. So my name's Tyler. I grew up in a pretty standard apartment complex in suburban Ohio, the kind with thin walls and neighbors you'd hear arguing through the ceiling. That Christmas, my Aunt Carol got me this Ouija board. She was always into mystical stuff, crystals, tarot, you name it. Mom rolled her eyes when I unwrapped it, but she let me keep it. I was absolutely fascinated by it. The smooth wood, the mysterious symbols, the little plastic planchette that was supposed to move by itself. I didn't touch it right away. It sat in my closet for almost a week before I worked up the courage. Then Lily, my best friend since 4th grade, was scheduled to sleep over on a Friday night in January. We'd been planning to watch horror movies, but when I mentioned the Ouija board, her eyes lit up. "We have to try it," she insisted, already pulling it from my closet shelf. I remember that night so clearly. My room wasn't very big, just enough space for a twin bed, a desk with my CD player, and a small TV on a stand. The walls were covered with posters of bands and a couple movie posters. My prized possession was this Hello Kitty lamp my sister had given me. I know it sounds weird for a 13-year-old boy to have one, but she'd gone to Japan as an exchange student and brought it back for me. I thought it was cool because it was from another country. We waited until after midnight. My mom had gone to bed around 11, and the apartment was completely silent, except for the quiet hum of the heater. I turned off the main light and switched on just the Hello Kitty lamp, which cast this soft pink glow across my room. The shadows seemed to stretch weirdly on the walls. "We should have music," Lily whispered, like we were performing some sacred ritual. She flipped through my CD collection and pulled out Avril Lavigne's Let Go album. I was obsessed with it that year, especially Complicated and Skater Boy. She put it in my CD player and turned the volume low so my mum wouldn't hear. We sat cross-legged on my carpet with the Ouija board between us. The planchette felt cold under my fingertips. "How do we start?" I asked, suddenly feeling nervous. "We have to ask if anyone's there," Lily said. She'd watched more movies about this stuff than I had. So we did. We placed our fingers lightly on the planchette, and Lily asked in this dramatic whisper, "Is anyone here with us tonight?" Nothing happened for what felt like forever. Just as Lily started to sigh with disappointment, I felt it, the slightest movement under our fingers. At first, I thought Lily was pushing it, and I glanced up at her accusingly. "I'm not doing anything," she whispered, eyes wide. The planchette slid slowly across the board until it reached "Yes." My stomach dropped. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears. Lily's mouth was hanging open. "Who are you?" she asked, voice shaking slightly. The planchette moved again, spelling out GRANDPA. "Which one of us are you talking to?" I asked, my voice barely audible. TYLER. My hands were trembling. My grandfather, my dad's father, had died before I was born. I'd never met him, only seen photos in old albums. He'd passed away from a heart attack when my dad was in his 20s. "How do we know it's really you?" I asked, trying to sound brave. The planchette moved rapidly now, spelling out ROCKINGCHAIRPELISFORKIDS. I stared at Lily, confused. "I don't know what that means." "Ask more questions," she urged. "Where were you peeling apples?" I asked. DECK. "When?" SUMMERBEFOREDEATH. I wasn't sure what to make of this. I didn't know anything about my grandfather peeling apples. It seemed like such a random detail. "Why are you here?" Lily asked. The planchette circled the board twice before spelling WATCHINGOVER. "Watching over who?" I asked. YOU. A chill ran up my spine. The Hello Kitty lamp flickered once, and we both jumped. "Did you see that?" Lily gasped. The lamp stabilized, but the damage was done. We were thoroughly freaked out. "Tell us something only my grandfather would know," I challenged, still thinking this might be Lily messing with me. FISHINGTRIPDADFELL. I'd never heard about any fishing trip. This was getting weird. "One more question," Lily said. "How did you die?" The planchette moved to goodbye and stopped dead. We couldn't get it to move again, no matter how long we sat there. After that, we packed up the board, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get it back in the box. I shoved it deep in my closet, behind some old toys and board games. "We should tell your mum what happened," Lily suggested, but I shook my head. She'd just say we were making it up or moving it ourselves. We eventually fell asleep with the TV on for comfort, but I kept waking up throughout the night. Each time, I noticed something strange. The Hello Kitty lamp was on, casting that pink glow across the room, even though I distinctly remembered turning it off before we fell asleep. The next morning over breakfast, while Lily was still asleep, I casually asked my mum, "Did Grandpa Mitchell ever sit in a rocking chair and peel apples?" She looked up from her coffee, surprised. "Yes, actually. He had this old wooden rocking chair he'd take out to the deck in the summer. He'd sit there for hours, peeling apples for you kids. Well, not you, you weren't born yet, but for your brother and sister. He'd make these perfect spirals with the peels. How did you know about that?" I mumbled something about seeing an old photo and quickly changed the subject, but my heart was racing. There was no way Lily could have known that detail. There was no way I could have known it either. After Lily went home, weird things started happening. That night I woke up around 3 in the morning to find the Hello Kitty lamp on again. I distinctly remembered turning it off before bed. I switched it off and went back to sleep, only to wake up an hour later with it on again. This continued for several nights. I'd turn the lamp off, only to wake up later to find it on. I started to think maybe it had faulty wiring or something, so I unplugged it completely one night before bed. At 4 in the morning, I woke up to the pink glow filling my room. The lamp was not only on, but plugged back in. I started to notice a pattern about a week later. The lamp incidents always seemed to happen when I was playing Avril Lavigne's CD. Specifically, whenever Complicated played. I tested this theory by playing the album while doing homework. I'd turn off the lamp, leave the room with Complicated playing, and return to find the lamp on. This happened 7 times in a row, too many to be a coincidence. I tried other songs, other albums, but nothing triggered the lamp except Complicated. I worked up the courage to use the Ouija board again, alone this time. My hands were shaking as I set it up and placed my fingers on the planchette. "Grandpa, is that you turning on my lamp?" The planchette moved to yes. "Why that song? WIFELOVEDMUSIC. This made no sense to me. My grandmother had died years before Avril Lavigne was even recording music. "Are you trying to tell me something?" The planchette moved again. LIFECOMPLICATED. Then it shot to goodbye and wouldn't move again. I packed up the board immediately and shoved it even deeper into my closet, behind winter coats and old shoe boxes of baseball cards. The lamp incidents continued for about 3 months. I avoided playing that song, but sometimes it would come on the radio or play at a friend's house, and I'd race home to find the lamp on. Eventually, I removed the bulb completely and stored the lamp in the hallway closet. After that, the occurrences stopped. Life went back to normal, and as the years passed, I almost convinced myself it had all been my imagination or some weird electrical glitch. 10 years later, I was helping my mum clean out her storage unit after she decided to downsize to a smaller apartment. In a dusty box of my old stuff, I found the Ouija board. Just seeing it again made my skin crawl. I immediately took it to the dumpster behind the storage facility and threw it away without opening the box. That night, I stayed at my mom's place to help with more packing. I was drifting off to sleep when I heard music playing faintly from somewhere in the apartment. I followed the sound to a small radio in the kitchen that I could have sworn was off earlier. It was playing Complicated. On the counter next to the radio was an apple, freshly peeled in one perfect spiral. I stood frozen, staring at it, when the overhead kitchen light flickered once, twice, then went dark. In the dim light from the street lamp outside the window, I could make out the silhouette of someone sitting in my mother's rocking chair in the corner of the living room. I didn't stay to see more. I grabbed my car keys and left, spending the night in a motel. When I returned the next morning, everything was normal. No peeled apple, no music. Just my mom asking why I disappeared in the middle of the night. I've never touched another Ouija board since then. I still can't listen to Complicated without breaking into a cold sweat. Sometimes I wonder if it really was my grandfather trying to reach out. Maybe with some important message I was too young to understand. Or if it was something else entirely, just pretending to be him. All I know is that the connection between that song, the Hello Kitty lamp, and whatever came through that board was real. And sometimes, when I'm alone late at night and hear a song from that era, I still glance nervously at any lamps in the room, half expecting them to switch on by themselves. Story 6. I never thought I'd be sharing this online, but I need to get it off my chest. Even after all these years, what happened still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. It was back in 2005 when my husband James and I moved into our first proper home together. We were newlyweds, so excited about starting our life in this 3-bedroom attached house in Oak Ridge. The mortgage was a stretch, but we were determined to make it work. I remember the day we moved in. I was 26, James was 28, and we were so damn optimistic about everything. Our home was sandwiched between 2 other houses. On our right side lived Mr. Peterson, this sweet elderly man who brought us homemade apple pie the day we moved in. He was a widower, quiet as could be, and would always wave when we passed by. But the neighbors on our left side, that was a completely different story. Darren and Monica moved in about 3 months before us. They seemed normal enough at first. Darren was tall with dark hair and always wore these vintage band t-shirts. Monica was petite with dyed blonde hair and usually dressed in colorful clothes. They were probably in their early 30s. The first time we met them, they invited us over for drinks. Everything seemed fine. They showed us around their place, which had the exact same layout as ours, and we had some beers and laughed about typical neighbor stuff. But it didn't take long for us to realize there was something off about their relationship. Every Friday and Saturday night, like clockwork, they would follow the same routine. It would start around 7 in the evening with music, usually something heavy and aggressive that would thump through our shared wall. By 9, we'd hear raised voices. By 11, full-on shouting. And around 1 in the morning, a door would slam, and one of them, usually Darren, would storm out and drive away, only to return a few hours later. It was so predictable that James and I actually started making bets on when each stage would begin. Sad, I know, but it was our way of coping with the disruption. I'd be like, $10 says the yelling starts before 9:30 tonight, and James would check his watch every few minutes until it happened. We never called the police because it seemed like their normal dynamic, toxic, sure, but never anything that sounded physically dangerous. In 2006, our son Noah was born. He was this perfect little bundle, and suddenly our house felt like a proper home. I took maternity leave from my job at the dental office, and James kept working at the logistics company where he'd been for years. Life was good, despite our noisy weekend neighbors. Noah was about 6 months old when it happened. It was a Sunday evening in late autumn. I remember because it was unusual for Darren and Monica to argue on Sundays. Their fights were strictly weekend affairs. James and I were in bed with Noah between us, watching some forgettable TV show. It was around 10 at night when we heard shouting outside. "That's weird," James said, lowering the volume on the TV. "They usually save the drama for Friday and Saturday." I remember rolling my eyes. Maybe they're branching out. We tried to ignore it at first. Noah was finally sleeping through the night, and we didn't want to wake him. But then the shouting got louder, and it wasn't coming from inside their house, but from the street outside. There was something different about it too. It wasn't their usual bickering. This sounded more aggressive, more desperate. Then we heard what sounded like a scuffle, followed by a heavy thud and running footsteps. The worst part was the scream that came afterward. Monica's voice, but not like I'd ever heard it before. It was raw, primal, the kind of sound that makes your blood run cold. James jumped out of bed and went to the window while I scooped up Noah, who had started crying from the noise. When I joined James at the window, I saw something I'll never forget. Monica was kneeling in the street, cradling Darren's body. There was blood, so much blood, pooling around them on the pavement. Her blonde hair was falling over her face as she rocked back and forth, still screaming. Darren wasn't moving at all. Even from our window, I could tell he was gone. His eyes were open, staring blankly at the night sky, and there was a dark wound on the side of his head. "Oh my God," I whispered, clutching Noah closer to my chest. "James, what happened?" James was already grabbing his phone. "I'm calling an ambulance." Within minutes, the quiet street was filled with flashing lights, police cars, an ambulance, people in uniform everywhere. They cordoned off the whole street with that yellow police tape you see in movies, but this was real, so real. I remember standing at our front door, watching as they put up one of those white forensic tents around the spot where Darren had been lying. A female police officer came to take our statement. She had kind eyes but a firm voice. We told her everything we'd heard and seen, which wasn't much. She asked if we'd noticed anything unusual in the days before, any strangers hanging around, but we hadn't. It was only later, through neighborhood gossip and fragments of news reports, that we pieced together what had happened. Darren had apparently been in serious debt. gambling, from what we understood. The person who killed him was a debt collector of some sort, though not the legal kind. They'd argued in the street, and when Darren said he couldn't pay, the man had struck him with a brick he grabbed from a nearby garden wall. Just like that, one hit, and Darren was gone. The killer had run off immediately, but was caught a few days later trying to leave the country. Monica was devastated. For weeks afterward, we'd see her coming and going, always dressed in black, looking like a ghost of her former self. She'd lost weight, and her previously vibrant appearance had faded completely. Sometimes I'd catch her staring at our house, and I always wondered if she resented us for our happy little family, for having what she'd lost. About 3 months after the incident, she sold the house. Couldn't bear to live in the place where her boyfriend had died, I guess. I can't say I blame her. The new neighbors were a quiet, retired couple who barely made a sound. Our weekends became peaceful again, but James and I never quite shook off the memory of that night. Sometimes, when we'd be watching TV, we'd glance at each other during a lull in the program, and I knew we were both thinking about Darren and Monica. Life went on, as it does. Noah grew into a chatty toddler, and I went back to work part-time. 2 years passed, and we rarely talked about what had happened that night. It was like we'd collectively decided to put it behind us. Then came that winter morning in 2008 that I still can't explain. It was a Tuesday in January, freezing cold with frost on the windows. James had left for work early, around 6:30, and I was still in bed with Noah, who was now just over 2 years old. I must have dozed off again, because I woke up to the sound of Noah giggling. I opened my eyes to see him sitting up in bed, pointing toward the window and laughing. The curtains were closed, but there was enough light coming through to see his face clearly. He looked delighted, like he was watching the funniest cartoon ever. "What's so funny, buddy?" I asked, still groggy with sleep. Noah turned to me with that innocent smile of his and said, "The funny man at the window." I felt my entire body go cold. Our bedroom was on the 2nd floor. "What man, Noah?" I tried to keep my voice steady. "The man with the funny shirts," he replied, pointing again. "He's waving." Darren always wore those vintage band t-shirts. Always. I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, staring at the curtained window. There was no sound, no movement of the curtains, nothing to indicate anyone was there. But Noah kept giggling and waving back at whatever, or whoever, he thought he saw. When I finally gathered the courage to move, I grabbed Noah and practically ran downstairs with him. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I called James at work, my voice shaking as I told him what had happened. "It's just his imagination, Em," James said, trying to sound reassuring, despite the worry in his voice. "Kids say weird stuff all the time." But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. Noah had never met Darren. He was just a baby when the incident happened. How would he know about funny shirts? I spent the rest of the day downstairs, keeping Noah close to me. Every creak of the house made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there. But nothing happened. That night, when James got home, we checked every inch of the house, looking for any sign of an intruder. There was nothing out of place. No footprints in the snow outside, no marks on the walls where someone might have climbed up. "See, nothing to worry about," James said, but I noticed he double-checked all the locks before we went to bed. The strangest part. Noah never mentioned the funny man again, not once. When I carefully asked him about it the next day, he just looked at me blankly, as if he had no recollection of what he'd said. By the end of the week, I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing, just a toddler's active imagination combined with my own lingering trauma from witnessing Darren's death. But sometimes, especially on quiet Sunday nights, I'd find myself staring at that bedroom window, wondering, was it really just Noah's imagination, or had Darren's spirit somehow visited our home that morning? Years have passed now. Noah is a teenager who has no memory of that day or of our former neighbors. We've repainted the house, replaced furniture, created thousands of new memories to overlay the old ones. But I've never forgotten that morning. I've thought about it a lot over the years. And there's a part of me that likes to believe it might have been Darren's way of saying hello to a child he never got the chance to meet. Maybe his spirit was caught between worlds, visiting the home next to where he'd lived and died. Or maybe it was just the innocent imagination of a 2-year-old boy, combined with a mother's lingering fears. I'll never know for sure, but sometimes, on cold winter mornings when the frost patterns on our bedroom window catch the light just right, I find myself looking closely at them, half expecting to see the outline of a hand waving back at me. And I wonder if Noah saw something that day that my adult eyes couldn't see. Something that exists just beyond the veil of our understanding. Maybe some mysteries are meant to stay that way. Vol.274, Story 7. I still struggle to talk about the 3 years we spent in that farmhouse. Even now, when I'm safely away from it, I get a sick feeling in my stomach just thinking about some of the things that happened there. I was 13 when Mom and I moved in with my brother Tyler. My parents had divorced a year earlier, and Mom found this old farmhouse in Pinewood Valley that was affordable on her nursing salary. From the beginning, there was something about the place that felt off. It was built in the 1920s, all wood and creaky floors, with small windows that never let in enough light. The basement was the worst part. Concrete floors, wood-paneled walls that had seen better days, and this weird little storage room tucked under the stairs that always felt colder than the rest of the house. Since Mom worked late shifts at the hospital and Tyler was always at his girlfriend's house after school, I spent a lot of afternoons alone there with just our dog Max for company. Max was this little terrier mix, not exactly guard dog material, but he was good company when the house felt too quiet. I remember exactly when things first went wrong. It was a Tuesday in October, about 4 months after we moved in. I was washing dishes after making myself a snack, and Max was lying at my feet in the kitchen. The house was completely silent, except for the water running and the occasional sound of my scrubbing. Then I heard it. Footsteps coming up the basement stairs. These weren't just any footsteps. Our basement stairs had these plastic treads that made this distinct clicking, creaking sound whenever anyone used them. You couldn't mistake it for anything else. I actually remember thinking it was Tyler coming home early, even though that made no sense. The steps were slow and deliberate. Click, creak, click, creak. I turned off the water and stood completely still, dripping hands frozen over the sink. "Tyler!" I called out, but deep down I already knew it wasn't him. Max heard it too. He jumped up from the floor and started growling at the basement door, his hackles raised. That's when I got really scared, because Max never acted like that. The footsteps kept coming, getting closer to the door, and Max started barking frantically. I swear the doorknob turned slightly, just a tiny bit, and that was it for me. I grabbed Max, ran out the front door, and sat in our driveway for almost 3 hours, until Mom came home from work. When I told her what happened, she looked worried, but tried to explain it away. Maybe it was the house settling, or the wind causing pressure changes inside. But I knew what I'd heard, and Max had heard it too. After that, weird stuff started happening regularly. We had converted part of the basement into a family room with a TV, and sometimes when we were down there watching something, we'd hear footsteps in Tyler's old room directly above us. It sounded like someone wearing heavy boots pacing back and forth. The first time it happened, Tyler was actually at his girlfriend's house. Mom called to check. We went upstairs to investigate, and of course no one was there, but the sounds were so distinct, like someone deliberately walking across his room, pausing, then walking back. Then there was the whistling. God, the whistling still gives me chills when I think about it. We had some of Mum's friends over one night about 4 months after the footsteps incident. We were all watching movies in the upstairs living room when Mom and I both heard it. a faint whistling tune coming from the basement. It was a slow, eerie melody that seemed to float up through the floor. The weird thing was, none of our guests heard anything. Mom and I looked at each other, and I could tell from her face that she was hearing exactly what I was. She went down to check, and I followed her. No way I was staying upstairs alone. The basement TV was off, and the house was totally silent by the time we got down there. We checked every corner of that basement, and there was absolutely nothing that could have made that sound. One of the scariest periods was when my grandmother came to stay before Tyler left for the military. We gave her Tyler's room, and on her second night, she came to breakfast looking exhausted. She said she'd been woken up at exactly 3:15 in the morning by someone pounding on her bedroom door. Hard, angry knocking that went on for almost a minute. When she opened the door, the hallway was empty. She thought maybe I or Mom had needed something, but we were both sound asleep. That's when Mom got pale and admitted that she'd experienced the exact same thing in her bedroom several times. Aggressive pounding that would wake her up. But when she checked, nobody was there. My grandmother didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but even she couldn't explain what happened to her in the kitchen a few days later. She was alone in the house, cooking lunch, while Mom was at work and I was at school. She was standing at the stove when a glass was literally thrown from the counter and shattered against the wall next to her. She called Mom in a panic, and by the time I got home from school, she had already packed her bags and was waiting for my uncle to come pick her up. She refused to stay another night, saying that house wasn't right. She never came to visit us there again. I had my own terrifying experiences too. The worst one started with a dream when I was 15. In the dream, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a face outside my second-floor window. A pale, glowing face with dark hollows where the eyes should be, staring in at me from what seemed like thin air. It was so vivid that when I actually woke up, I was too scared to look at my window for days. About a week later, I was helping our landlord, Mr. Peterson, who lived in the house next door. He was in his 80s and still tried to mow his own lawn. His mower had gotten stuck in what looked like an old hole in the ground, and I was helping him pull it out. As we were working, he mentioned casually, "You know, there used to be a big oak tree right here, but I had it cut down about 10 years before your family moved in. I don't know why, but something made me ask, why did you have it cut down?" "Oh, it kept scraping against the house," he said, pointing up. "The branches would hit the side of the house. Right about where your bedroom window is, I think." I felt like someone had poured ice water down my back. I told Mom about it that night, and she got this look on her face I'll never forget, like she'd been expecting something like this all along. "I never told you this," she said, "but sometimes at night I hear something scratching against the house near your window. I always thought it was just branches, but there's no tree there." We didn't talk much more about it, but I noticed she started looking into other rental properties soon after. We moved away when I was 16, using Tyler's graduation as an excuse to find something more practical now that he was leaving. The funny thing is, we never openly acknowledged all the bizarre things that happened. It was like we were afraid that talking about them would make them more real. It wasn't until years later, when I was in college, that Mom finally admitted she believed that house was haunted. I still think about that farmhouse sometimes, about the footsteps on the stairs when no one was there, the whistling from an empty basement, the knocking on doors in the middle of the night, the glass thrown at my grandmother, and that face I saw in my dream outside a window where a tree used to be. I've tried researching the history of the house, but there's not much to find. Pinewood Valley is a small rural community, and record-keeping wasn't great back when the house was built. All I know is that several families lived there before us, and none of them stayed longer than a few years. The most disturbing thought that still haunts me is this. What if whatever was in that house wasn't tied to the house at all? What if it was somehow connected to us? Or worse, what if it followed us when we moved away? Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment at night and I hear an unexpected sound, I find myself freezing up, just like I did that day in the kitchen, waiting to hear the click-creak of those basement stairs. I think about getting a dog again, like Max. At least then I'd know if I was really hearing something or if it was just in my head. Because the worst part about experiences like these is doubting your own sanity. Was it all just the overactive imagination of a teenage girl? Was Mom just humoring me? Was there some logical explanation for everything that happened? I don't think so. Not when I remember Max's reaction to those footsteps, or the look on my grandmother's face when she talked about the glass being thrown, or the way Mom would tense up whenever she heard something unusual in that house. Something was there with us in that farmhouse for those 3 years. I don't know what it was or what it wanted, but I know it was real. And sometimes in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting. Story 8. I've been a care assistant for the elderly for almost 6 years now. It's a job I genuinely love. I get to help people who need it and hear amazing stories from folks who've lived through times I only read about in history books. Most days are pretty routine. Medication, meals, companionship, and helping with daily activities. But what happened at the Williams farmhouse still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. I started working with Sarah Williams about 8 months ago. She lived, as she's now in a full-time care facility in this massive old farmhouse about 20 minutes outside of Gloucester. The first time I drove up that gravel driveway, I actually texted my boyfriend saying, "Just arrived at the murder house. If you don't hear from me in 3 hours, call the police." I was only half joking. The Williams property was exactly what you'd imagine a creepy rural estate would look like. A huge 10-bedroom brick farmhouse that had clearly seen better days, surrounded by dilapidated barns and sheds. Overgrown hedges lined the perimeter, and ivy climbed up the walls like it was trying to swallow the house whole. The property sat at the end of a long, winding lane with no neighbors in sight. I always made sure to arrive well before sunset because the thought of navigating that driveway in the dark was enough to set my anxiety through the roof. But the inside of the house wasn't nearly as foreboding as the outside. It was cluttered, yes, with decades of accumulated belongings, but it was also warm and lived in. Sarah had clearly loved her home, even if maintaining it had become impossible in her 80s. She was a lovely woman, soft-spoken but sharp as a tack, with this gentle humor that would catch you off guard. Her husband, Malcolm, had died from cancer 7 years before I started working with her, but you'd never know he was gone based on how she spoke about him. "Malcolm would have loved you, Eleanor," she told me during one of my first visits. "He always appreciated people who speak their mind." Malcolm was everywhere in that house. Photos covered nearly every surface. Malcolm in his garden, Malcolm with Sarah on their wedding day, Malcolm holding their children, Malcolm in his army uniform. It was like a shrine to their life together. She kept his clothes in the wardrobe, his reading glasses on the nightstand, and his favorite chair remained untouched in the sitting room. I didn't find it odd. Many of my elderly clients hold on to their departed spouse's belongings. It's comforting. About a month into my time with Sarah, I started hearing whispers from the other care assistants about strange occurrences at the farmhouse. Gemma, who'd been with Sarah for nearly 3 years, told me she'd been making the bed in the master bedroom when she glanced out the window and saw a man gardening in the overgrown vegetable patch. She didn't think much of it until she realized Sarah wasn't supposed to have any visitors that day. When I asked Sarah about the man in the garden, Gemma told me during our handover, she just smiled this little knowing smile and said, "That's my Malcolm. I bought him that green jacket 30 years ago, and he always wore it for gardening." Gemma's face went pale as she told me this. "Eleanor, I saw a man clear as day in a green jacket. But when I looked again, no one was there." I laughed it off. I've heard plenty of ghost stories from clients and colleagues over the years. Old houses creak, minds play tricks, and grief can be a powerful thing. I figured Sarah probably glimpsed someone passing by, and her mind filled in what she wanted to see. As for Gemma, well, suggestion is powerful. If you're told a place is haunted, you start seeing ghosts everywhere. For 5 months, I visited Sarah 3 times a week without experiencing anything unusual. I grew fond of her, and even the house lost its initial creepiness. I started to appreciate its character, the uneven floorboards, the ancient aga in the kitchen that somehow still worked, the way sunlight filtered through the stained glass in the front door on clear mornings. Even the family of crows that seemed to permanently reside in the old oak tree by the kitchen window became familiar friends. Then came that Tuesday in November. It was unusually cold for the time of year, with a biting wind that cut straight through my coat as I hurried from my car to the front door. I wasn't supposed to be working that day, but Olivia, another care assistant, had asked if I could accompany her. Sarah had been having mobility issues, and Olivia wanted an extra pair of hands to help with the bath. When we arrived, Sarah was having one of her good days. She was sitting up in bed with her reading glasses on, flipping through a gardening magazine, pointing out plants that Malcolm had grown in their heyday. The house felt particularly cold that day, the ancient heating system struggling against the sudden drop in temperature. After helping Sarah with her medication and breakfast, Olivia went downstairs to prepare the bathroom for Sarah's bath. I stayed behind to keep Sarah company and help her choose what she wanted to wear afterward. I sat in the old armchair across from her bed, a faded floral thing that had probably been beautiful 40 years ago. The chair faced the solid wall, with a large oak chest of drawers to my left and a tall bookcase filled with photo albums to my right. Sarah and I were chatting about the weather when I felt it. It's difficult to explain the sensation accurately, but it was like the air in the room suddenly became denser, more substantial. I felt a presence behind my right shoulder, the calm, non-threatening awareness that someone had entered the room and was standing just to the side of my chair. I naturally assumed it was Olivia returning from downstairs. "The bath's almost ready then?" I asked, turning my head to include her in the conversation. There was nobody there. The space beside me was completely empty. I looked toward the bedroom door, thinking perhaps Olivia had just poked her head in quickly, but the door was closed. I glanced back at Sarah, confusion probably written all over my face. Sarah just gave me this small, knowing shrug and said, "You must be hearing things, dear." But I hadn't heard anything. I had felt something. Someone. I tried to shake it off and continue our conversation, but the sensation lingered. The presence remained for another minute or so, long enough for me to become acutely aware that it wasn't just my imagination, before gradually dissipating. The air in the room seemed to return to normal, though the goosebumps on my arms remained. When Olivia came back, I didn't mention what had happened. It sounded ridiculous even in my own head. But as we helped Sarah to the bathroom, I couldn't stop looking around, half expecting to see someone watching us from the shadows of the hallway. Later, as Olivia and I were preparing lunch in the kitchen, I casually asked, "Have you ever felt like someone else is in the house when you're here with Sarah?" Olivia didn't even look up from the soup she was stirring. "Malcolm, you mean?" "Yeah, all the time, especially in their bedroom. Sometimes I swear I can smell pipe tobacco when I'm changing the sheets, though Sarah says he gave up smoking years before he died." The matter-of-fact way she said it sent a shiver down my spine. "You don't find that disturbing?" I asked. Olivia shrugged. "Not really. It's never felt threatening. More like he's checking that we're taking good care of her. Sarah finds it comforting." I tried to rationalize what had happened. Old houses settle. Drafts come from unexpected places. My mind was primed by all the stories I'd heard, but none of these explanations felt adequate. The presence I felt had been distinct, not a random sensation, but something with intention, with awareness. After we finished our shift and were getting ready to leave, Sarah called me back to her bedside while Olivia took our bags to the car. Eleanor, dear, she said, taking my hand in her papery one. Malcolm likes you. He doesn't show himself to everyone, you know. I felt my mouth go dry. Sarah, I didn't see anyone. She smiled gently. No, but you felt him, didn't you? Behind your right shoulder. That's where he always stands when he's watching over me. Says the light from the window is better there. I didn't know how to respond. I hadn't mentioned where I'd felt the presence. Don't look so frightened, Sarah continued. He's just keeping his promise. He told me before he died that he'd never really leave me, that he'd stay until it was time for us to go together. Her eyes welled up with tears. I don't have much longer, Eleanor. The doctors say maybe a few months. Malcolm knows that. He's getting ready to take me home. I squeezed her hand, unsure what to say. Part of me wanted to reassure her that she had plenty of time left, but another part, the part that had felt Malcolm's presence, couldn't bring myself to dismiss her conviction. As I left the room, I paused at the doorway and looked back. Sarah had closed her eyes, a peaceful expression on her face. For just a moment. And I've never told anyone this part before now. I thought I saw the indentation of someone sitting on the edge of her bed, right next to her. The bedspread was definitely compressed, as if bearing invisible weight. I blinked, and it was gone. The drive home was quiet. Olivia didn't ask what Sarah had wanted to talk about, and I didn't volunteer the information. I kept replaying the sensation of that presence, trying to rationalize it, and failing. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like someone was watching me. Around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off, only to be jolted awake by my phone ringing. It was the agency's emergency line. Sarah had been taken to hospital after a fall. She'd been trying to get to the bathroom on her own and had collapsed. The paramedics had found her on the floor of the hallway. When I visited her in the hospital the next day, she seemed smaller somehow, frailer, but she was smiling. Malcolm was there, she whispered when the nurse left us alone. He tried to catch me, but his hands went right through me. She laughed softly. He always was useless in a crisis. 57 years married, and he never did learn where we kept the plasters. Sarah never returned to the farmhouse, ever. Her children moved her into a care facility closer to them, and I was reassigned to other clients. I heard through work that she passed away peacefully in her sleep 3 months later. I drove past the Williams farmhouse recently. It's up for sale, standing empty and looking more foreboding than ever. As I slowly passed by, I could have sworn I saw movement in one of the upstairs windows, the master bedroom window. Just a flash of someone looking out. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. But I know what I felt that day in Sarah's room wasn't my imagination. And I can't help but wonder if Malcolm is still there, waiting, or if he finally found Sarah and they're both at peace. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I feel that same dense air around me, that same sense of a watchful presence. It never lasts more than a moment, just long enough to make me question everything I thought I knew about life and death. I don't tell this story often. Most people would think I'm making it up, or that I was influenced by the power of suggestion. Maybe they're right, but I know what I felt in that room, and whenever I close my eyes and remember it, I still get goosebumps. What scares me most isn't the thought that Malcolm's ghost was real. What scares me is that now, whenever I enter a client's home, I find myself wondering who else might be there, unseen but watching, just beyond my shoulder. Story 9. This happened to me a few years ago, and I've never really told anyone about it outside of a few close friends. I think I'm finally ready to share it now, even though I still get goosebumps every time I think about it. I was stationed at Fort Riley, Kansas on a temporary assignment. I'm not normally based there. I was sent for a 3-week training program from my home base. Before all this happened, I'd always considered myself pretty rational, I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Sure, I enjoyed scary movies like anyone else, but I always walked away thinking, yeah, but that stuff isn't real. Well, that was before. Fort Riley is this massive military installation that feels like it's in the middle of nowhere. Kansas is flat, windy, and during winter just brutally cold. The base itself has been around since the 1800s, so it's got that weird mix of really old buildings alongside modern ones. Some parts of the base feel frozen in time. I'd been there for about 2 weeks already and was settling into a routine. My assignment had me working at one of the airfield facilities, not the main one, but a smaller auxiliary building that housed administrative offices and some storage space. Most days, there were at least 5 or 6 other people around. But that day, that one specific day, almost everyone was out for some kind of training exercise. It was a Tuesday in February. The weather was awful. One of those grey, bitter cold days where the wind cuts right through you. I remember checking the temperature that morning and seeing it was only 15 degrees, and that didn't even account for the wind chill. The building I was working in was old, probably from the 1940s or 50s. It had these long hallways with linoleum floors that always echoed when you walked on them, fluorescent lights that buzzed constantly, and radiators that either made the place sweltering hot or did nothing at all. That morning I'd gotten to work around 7:30. The only other person in the building was Dave, a civilian contractor who worked in an office at the opposite end of the building from me. He basically said hi when I came in and then disappeared into his office. I settled in at my desk, which was in a small room off the main hallway, and got to work on some inventory logs I had to update. Around 10 in the morning, I needed to use the bathroom, which was down at the end of the hallway. The hallway itself was probably 70 feet long, with doors on either side, leading to different offices or storage rooms. Most of those rooms were empty or used for storing old equipment. The bathroom was past a set of double glass doors at the end of the hall. As I walked down the hallway, I felt, I don't know how to describe it exactly. It wasn't like someone was watching me. It was more like the air got heavier, if that makes any sense. Like the pressure changed. I remember thinking it was strange, but figured it might just be the heating system acting up again. I pushed through the glass doors and went to the bathroom. Nothing unusual happened while I was in there, but when I was washing my hands, I felt cold all of a sudden. The bathroom didn't have any windows, and I distinctly remember the sensation of cold air on the back of my neck, like when someone opens a door behind you on a winter day. But I was alone, and no doors had opened. When I finished washing my hands, I dried them and headed back toward the hallway. This is where things started getting weird. The glass doors at the end of the hallway acted like a mirror when the lighting was right, and as I approached them, I could see my reflection getting closer. But then I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. There was someone standing directly behind me. It wasn't just a shadow or a blur. It was a person, a man in what looked like an old military uniform. I couldn't make out his face clearly in the reflection, but I could see that he was tall with broad shoulders, standing so close behind me that he should have been breathing down my neck. I spun around instantly, my heart practically jumping out of my chest, but there was nobody there. The hallway behind me was completely empty. I turned back to the glass doors, and now I only saw my own reflection, pale and wide-eyed. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, trying to process what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was it just a trick of the light? I'm not easily scared, but in that moment, I felt this primal fear wash over me. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of there. Instead, I pushed through the glass doors and quickly walked back to my office, looking behind me every few steps. I kept telling myself I was being ridiculous, that I must have seen my own reflection somehow distorted by the glass. But I knew that wasn't true. What I saw was clear. There had been someone behind me, and then they were gone. When I got back to my office, I closed the door and sat at my desk, trying to calm down. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't type correctly. I decided to take my lunch break early, even though it was only around 10:15 at this point. I needed to get out of the building, to be around other people. I grabbed my coat and headed toward the exit, which meant going past Dave's office. His door was open, and he looked up as I walked by. "Heading out already?" he asked. I hesitated, then decided to just ask him. "Hey Dave, this might sound weird, but has anyone ever mentioned anything strange happening in this building? Like seeing things that aren't really there?" The look on his face changed immediately. He got up and closed his office door, then gestured for me to sit down across from his desk. "What did you see?" he asked in a lowered voice. I told him about the reflection in the glass doors, trying to sound casual about it, like maybe I was just curious rather than freaked out. But Dave wasn't buying it. "Look," he said, leaning forward. "There's a reason why most people don't like being alone in this building, especially that wing. During World War II, before this was an administrative building, it was used as a temporary morgue." My stomach dropped. "A morgue?" Dave nodded. "They needed someplace to process the bodies of soldiers being shipped back from Europe and the Pacific before sending them home to their families. That hallway where the bathrooms are now, that's where they kept them lined up, waiting to be identified and prepared for burial." I felt sick. "Why doesn't anybody talk about this?" Dave shrugged. "Military culture, I guess. Nobody wants to be the one who admits they saw a ghost. Bad for your reputation. But ask around carefully, and you'll find plenty of people who've experienced something in that building. Footsteps when nobody's there, items moved around, cold spots, and yes, reflections and shadows of people who aren't physically present." I wanted to believe Dave was messing with me, that this was just his idea of a prank on the new guy, but the seriousness in his eyes told me otherwise. He wasn't joking, and he clearly believed what he was saying. "Has this happened to you?" I asked him. "Twice," he said without hesitation. "Once I heard someone whispering names right behind me when I was alone in the copy room. Another time I saw a man in an old uniform standing at the end of the hallway, but when I blinked he was gone." Dave looked down at his desk. "That's why I keep my door closed most of the time and try not to walk around the building alone." I thanked him for telling me and said I was still going to grab lunch. In reality, I just needed to get some fresh air and try to make sense of what was happening. I walked across the base to the mess hall, where I sat with some guys from my training program. I didn't mention anything about what had happened. Like Dave said, nobody wants to be the guy talking about ghosts on a military base. When I got back to the building about an hour later, I tried to convince myself that I could just forget about the incident and focus on my work. But as soon as I stepped inside, that heavy feeling in the air returned. It wasn't my imagination. Something about the atmosphere in that building had changed. Or maybe I was just finally noticing what had been there all along. I kept my office door open so I could hear if anyone else came into the building. Around 2 in the afternoon, I needed to grab some files from one of the storage rooms down the hallway, the same hallway with the glass doors at the end. I considered asking Dave to come with me, but felt stupid even thinking about it. I was a grown man, a soldier. I shouldn't need a buddy to walk down a hallway with me. So I went alone, trying to act normal, telling myself there was nothing to worry about. The storage room was about halfway down the hall, on the right side. I unlocked it with my key and stepped inside, flipping on the light switch. The room was small, with metal shelving units filled with folders and binders. I found what I needed pretty quickly and was about to leave when the light flickered. Once, twice, then steady again. I told myself it was just the old wiring in the building, but then the temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. In February in Kansas, indoor heating is no joke. Buildings are kept warm enough that you're usually in a t-shirt inside. But suddenly it was cold enough to see my breath in a storage room with no windows or vents. That's when I heard it. The sound of boots on the linoleum floor outside the storage room door. Heavy footsteps, like someone wearing military boots, walking slowly and deliberately past the door. I stood frozen, listening. The footsteps paused right outside the door, and I swear I could hear breathing. I wanted to call out, to ask who was there, but my voice wouldn't work. The door handle didn't move, but I had this overwhelming sensation that someone was standing on the other side, waiting. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds, the footsteps started again, continuing down the hallway, until I couldn't hear them anymore. When I finally worked up the courage to open the door and look out, the hallway was empty. I rushed back to my office, clutching the files to my chest, my heart pounding. I closed my door and sat at my desk, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe it was Dave walking down the hall. Maybe it was someone else who had entered the building while I was in the storage room. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The footsteps had sounded different, heavier, more regimented, like someone marching rather than walking casually. I called Dave's extension, and when he picked up, I asked if he'd just been in the hallway. "No, I've been on a conference call for the last hour," he said. "Why? Did something else happen?" I made up some excuse and hung up, not wanting to get into it over the phone. The rest of that day, I stayed in my office with the door closed. I burned through my work as fast as possible, just wanting the day to end so I could get out of there. Every now and then, I'd hear something. A creak, a thump, what sounded like whispers, but I told myself it was just an old building settling. At 5 o'clock exactly, I packed up my things and practically ran out. Dave was already gone, his office dark, door locked. I wondered if he'd deliberately left earlier to avoid being alone in the building as it got dark. That night at the barracks, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what Dave had told me about the building's history. I went online and tried to research Fort Riley during World War II, and sure enough, I found some old articles mentioning how certain facilities on base had been converted to process the remains of fallen soldiers before they were sent home. There wasn't specific mention of my building, but it aligned with what Dave had told me. I had only 5 more days left at Fort Riley before my training assignment ended, and I'd be sent back to my home base. Part of me wanted to request a different workspace for those remaining days, but I couldn't think of any reasonable excuse that wouldn't make me sound crazy. The next morning, I dragged myself back to the same building, hoping that maybe in the light of day, with more people around, things would feel normal again. There were indeed more people in the building that day. A group of officers using one of the conference rooms and several administrative staff going about their duties. The hallway that had seemed so ominous the day before was just a hallway again, with people walking back and forth, the sound of conversations and ringing phones filling the air. I started to think that maybe I had just freaked myself out. Maybe the isolation of being practically alone in the building, combined with Dave's stories, had caused me to imagine things or misinterpret normal occurrences. I felt better as the day progressed uneventfully, until late afternoon, when most people had left for the day. I was finishing up some paperwork around 4:30 when I heard a knock on my office door. Before I could say, "Come in," the door opened slightly, but no one entered. I looked up, expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, but there was nobody there. The door just stood partially open, as if someone had knocked and then walked away. I got up and went to the door, looking out into the hallway. Empty. I checked both directions. Nothing. As I was about to close my door again, I noticed something on the floor just outside my office. It looked like water, small droplets leading down the hallway toward those glass doors. I stepped out and knelt down to touch one of the drops. It wasn't water. It was thicker. And when I looked at my finger, there was a reddish-brown smudge. It looked like blood, old blood, partially dried. I quickly wiped my finger on my pants and looked down the hallway again. The droplets continued all the way to the glass doors. My rational mind tried to come up with explanations. Maybe someone had cut themselves and walked to the bathroom to clean up. Maybe someone had spilled coffee that just looked like blood in the fluorescent lighting. But I knew, somehow, I just knew that whatever had left those droplets wasn't something that belonged in this world anymore. I went back into my office, closed the door, and gathered my things. I wasn't staying until 5. As I was putting on my coat, I glanced out my office window, which faced the parking lot. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the pavement. That's when I saw him. A solitary figure standing at the edge of the parking lot, looking up at the building. Even from my second-floor window, I could see he was wearing an old-style military uniform, his posture rigid and formal. I blinked, and he was gone. I all but ran out of the building, not even stopping to say goodbye to Dave or anyone else who might still be there. When I reached the spot where I'd seen the figure standing, there was nothing. No footprints in the light dusting of snow that covered the ground. No indication that anyone had been standing there at all. I still had 4 more days at Fort Riley. 4 more days of working in that building, trying to act normal, trying to convince myself that I wasn't losing my mind. Each day there was something, small things that I might have dismissed if they'd happened in isolation. A pen that moved across my desk when I wasn't looking. My coffee going cold in seconds despite the hot cup. The distinct feeling of someone standing behind my chair as I worked, so real that I could feel the pressure change in the air. On my final day, as I was packing up my things, Dave came to my office to say goodbye. "You've seen more of them, haven't you?" he asked without preamble. I nodded, not seeing any point in denying it. "They don't mean any harm," Dave said quietly. "I think they're just stuck here, confused. Maybe they don't even know they're dead." "Why here, though?" I asked. "Why are they still hanging around after all these years?" Dave shrugged. "Some of them probably died far from home, alone among strangers. Their last connection to this world was in this building. Maybe they're still waiting to be processed, still waiting to go home." I thought about that soldier I'd seen in the reflection, standing right behind me. Had he been trying to communicate something? Was he just curious about the living people who now occupied the space where he'd spent his final moments? I've been back at my home base for over a year now, and I've never experienced anything like what happened at Fort Riley. Sometimes I wonder if it was all in my head, if the power of suggestion, after hearing Dave's stories, made me imagine things that weren't really there. But then I remember the blood droplets on the floor, the footsteps that stopped outside the storage room door, the reflection in the glass that showed someone standing behind me who wasn't physically there, the bone-deep cold that descended in seconds in a heated building. I don't know if I believe in ghosts exactly, but I know what I experienced wasn't normal. Those soldiers from decades past who passed through that building on their final journey home, I think some part of them is still there, still waiting, still watching the living who pass through their domain. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right, they reach out, maybe trying to remind us that they existed, that they were real people with hopes and dreams and futures that were cut short, that they don't want to be forgotten. I'll never forget them, or my time at Fort Riley. Some nights I still wake up from dreams of that hallway, of reflections that shouldn't be there, of footsteps that follow me down empty corridors. And in those moments between sleep and wakefulness, I swear I can feel someone standing at the foot of my bed, watching me with eyes that have seen the other side of death. Story 10. It's been 3 months since that night at Memorial Hospital, and I still can't shake what happened. I've worked security there for almost 7 years, but nothing prepared me for what I experienced during that shift. I'm writing this down partly to process it, and partly because I need someone else to know. Maybe someone has seen something similar. I started at Memorial Hospital in Westbrook back in 2017. It's a decent-sized regional medical center. 6 floors, 2 wings, and a basement level where they keep storage, administrative offices, maintenance, and the morgue. The basement was always my least favorite part of my rounds, even before what happened. That night was a Thursday in January. Freezing cold outside, the kind where your lungs hurt when you breathe. We'd had a busy week. Flu season was hitting hard and the hospital was nearly at capacity. I clocked in at 11 p.m. for my usual overnight shift. Nothing seemed off at first. I grabbed my flashlight, radio and keys from the security office and started my first round. The main floors were normal. Nurses bustling around, the occasional patient wandering the halls, looking for ice or a vending machine. I always start at the top floor and work my way down. By 1 a.m., I'd reached the basement level. This is always the quietest part of my rounds. Down there, the fluorescent lights buzz differently. It's subtle, but you notice it when you're alone. The basement hallways are narrower than upstairs, and the ceilings lower too. Always feels a bit claustrophobic. Part of my job is checking that all the restricted areas are secure. The pharmacy storage, medical records, supply rooms, and the morgue all need to be locked. We'd had issues with theft in the past couple months, mostly medication from supply closets, nothing from the morgue, thankfully. So administration had been on us to be extra vigilant about security. I was about halfway through the basement section, heading down the long corridor that connects the 2 wings. This hallway is particularly creepy. It's older than the rest of the hospital, part of the original building from the 50s. The lights are spaced farther apart, leaving darker patches between them. I just checked a supply closet and was moving toward the administrative section when I saw someone at the far end of the corridor. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably a doctor or nurse grabbing something from storage. The figure was wearing what looked like blue scrubs, standing with their back to me about 30 yards ahead. Then they just walked through a door, like literally through it, no opening it, no pause, just straight through the solid door. I froze. My brain tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe they'd opened the door and I just hadn't noticed. But I was looking right at it. Maybe the door wasn't properly latched. I forced myself to walk toward it, my shoes squeaking slightly on the linoleum. The door was labeled Record Storage B, one of the old paper file rooms that hardly gets used anymore since everything went digital. As I approached, I could see the keypad lock with its little red light glowing. When I reached the door, I tried the handle. Locked. Definitely locked. My heart was hammering now. I fumbled with my keyring, found the right key and unlocked it. Part of me didn't want to open that door, but I'm security. It's literally my job to investigate weird stuff. The room was pitch black. I hit the light switch and scanned the space. Just rows of metal filing cabinets. No windows, no other exits, and no person in blue scrubs. Nobody at all. I did a thorough check, looking behind each row of cabinets, even though there wasn't enough space for someone to hide. Nothing. The room was empty and undisturbed, with a thin layer of dust on most surfaces. Nobody had been in there for weeks, maybe months. I backed out, locked the door, and stood in the hallway trying to process what had happened. I'm not the type who scares easily. I've broken up fights in the ER, dealt with belligerent patients, even handled a couple bomb threats over the years. But this was different. This made the hair on my arms stand up. I radioed my supervisor, Jim, who was monitoring cameras from the security office. Jim, did you see anyone near Record Storage B in the basement within the last 5 minutes? There was a pause, then his voice crackled back. Negative, Marcus. Area's clear on cameras. Problem? I hesitated. Thought I saw someone enter, but the door was locked when I got there. Room's empty. Probably just shadows playing tricks. Those lights down there flicker sometimes. Yeah, probably, I agreed, not believing it for a second. I continued my rounds, but I felt different, hyper-aware of every sound, every shadow. The basement suddenly seemed more threatening than it ever had before. I hurried through the rest of the checks, eager to get back upstairs. As I was heading toward the elevator, I ran into Sandra, one of the night nurses I've known for years. She was coming out of the supply room with an armful of bed sheets. "Hey, Marcus," she said, noticing my expression. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The word ghost made my stomach clench. "Just tired," I lied. Then, trying to sound casual, I added, "Hey, does anyone in this wing wear light blue scrubs? Just saw someone down here I didn't recognize." Sandra frowned. "Light blue? No, everyone in this hospital wears navy or teal scrubs depending on their department. Administration wears business clothes. Only light blue things around here are the patient gowns." My mouth went dry. "Patient gowns? Yeah, you know, the ones they wear after admission. Light blue, been the same color for decades." She shifted her bundle of sheets. "But patients aren't allowed down here, obviously." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Unless," Sandra continued, lowering her voice, "it wasn't actually someone living you saw." "What do you mean?" I managed to ask. Sandra glanced around, then stepped closer. "Look, I've worked here 23 years. Lots of people die in this hospital. Most move on, but some seem to linger. Especially down here." "You're saying you've seen ghosts?" I asked, trying not to sound as freaked out as I felt. "I'm saying there are things in this hospital that can't be explained, that light blue can be significant. It's the color patients wear when they die here." She must have seen the color drain from my face because she quickly added, "But I'm probably just spooking you. Sorry about that." "No, it's fine," I said automatically. "I should get back to my rounds." Sandra nodded and headed for the elevator. I stood there for a long moment, processing what she'd told me. The figure I'd seen wasn't wearing scrubs. It was wearing a patient gown, and it had walked through a solid door. The rest of my shift passed in a blur of anxiety. I kept seeing movement in my peripheral vision, kept thinking I heard footsteps when no one was there. By the time 7 a.m. rolled around, I was mentally exhausted. As I was turning in my equipment, Jim mentioned that the camera covering that section of the basement corridor had been glitching all night. "Keeps going to static for a few seconds," he said, tapping the monitor. "Maintenance is coming to check it out tomorrow." I looked at the screen showing the hallway where I'd seen whatever it was. Part of me wanted to review the footage to see if the camera had captured anything during those moments, but a stronger part of me dreaded what I might see. "Don't bother reviewing last night's tape," I said, trying to sound casual. "Nothing interesting happened." Jim raised an eyebrow but didn't question me. He's been doing this job long enough to know that sometimes it's better not to dig too deep. I drove home in the early morning light, my mind racing. I've never been a believer in the paranormal. I've always thought ghost stories were just that, stories. But what I saw in that hospital basement wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was something I couldn't explain. That night changed me. I'm still working at Memorial, still doing my rounds. But I'm different now. I notice things I didn't before, cold spots in certain rooms, the way some doors close by themselves, the feelings of being watched in empty corridors. Last week, I was in the basement again, checking the same hallway. I felt a cold draft as I passed Record Storage B. When I turned, I saw the door was slightly ajar, but I'd just locked it moments before. As I approached to close it, I heard a soft shuffling from inside. My flashlight beam caught something moving between the filing cabinets, just a glimpse of light blue fabric disappearing around a corner. I didn't investigate. Some things, I've learned, are better left alone. The most unsettling part happened just 3 days ago. I was checking the morgue door, always the worst part of my rounds. As I was turning the key to make sure it was locked, I heard a whisper from the other side. I couldn't make out the words, but it was definitely a voice, soft, almost pleading. Then the door handle jiggled slightly, as if someone was trying to open it from inside. I backed away, my heart pounding. The morgue had been empty that night. No new bodies, according to the log. I radioed the pathologist on call, who confirmed nobody was working down there. I don't know what's happening at Memorial Hospital. I don't know if what I'm experiencing is real, or if I'm slowly losing my mind. But I know what I saw that night in January. A person in a light blue patient gown walking through a solid door. And I know that since then, the basement has never felt empty, even when I'm the only living person down there. Sometimes when I'm making my rounds, I'll catch a glimpse of light blue in the corner of my eye. Sometimes I hear footsteps following me, stopping when I stop, continuing when I move. Sometimes I feel a cold hand brush against my shoulder when there's no one there. I've thought about quitting, finding another job somewhere brighter, somewhere without a morgue or a basement. But part of me feels responsible now. If there are souls trapped in Memorial Hospital, wandering those sterile corridors in their light blue gowns, maybe they need someone who can see them, someone who acknowledges their existence. So I stay, I do my rounds, and when I pass Record Storage B, I always pause and say a silent greeting to whoever or whatever might be listening from the other side of that door. I still refuse to watch the security footage from that night. Some things you can't unsee. Some knowledge changes you forever. But I know what I experienced, and no rational explanation has ever satisfied me. Death isn't the end at Memorial Hospital. It's just a transition to a different kind of existence, one where you walk the same halls, but nobody sees you. Nobody except people like me, who've had their eyes opened to what's really there, hiding in the shadows between the flickering lights. I don't sleep well anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I see that figure in the light blue gown, walking through the door as if it wasn't there. And I wonder, how many more of them are there, wandering the halls of Memorial Hospital? And what do they want from those of us who can see them? Story 11. I'm still struggling to wrap my head around what happened last month. I've been sitting on this for weeks now, debating whether to share it, but I can't sleep, can't focus on my work. Maybe writing it all down will help make some sense of it. I've owned my cattle ranch in Clearwater for nearly 20 years. It's hard work, especially for a woman in her 50s, running things mostly alone since my husband passed. But I've always taken pride in it. Clearwater's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. Population of maybe 700 if you're being generous. My place sits about 15 minutes outside town with about 80 acres and 40 head of cattle. Nothing fancy, but it's mine. The trouble started about 3 months ago. My knee had been bothering me for years. Old rodeo injury from my 20s. But it got bad enough that Doc Miller finally convinced me to get it replaced. I'd put it off for too long, hobbling around the ranch when I should have dealt with it years ago. The night before my pre-op appointment, I was up late doing paperwork at my kitchen table. It was around 11:30 when I first noticed the lights. They weren't bright or flashy, just faint blue-white glows moving across my east pasture. At first, I thought it might be kids from town with flashlights, maybe messing with my cattle. I grabbed my shotgun, not to use, mind you, just to scare them off, and my heavy-duty flashlight, then limped out onto the porch. The strange thing was how quiet it was. Usually at night, you hear all sorts of things. Crickets, the occasional coyote, my cattle shifting around, but there was nothing. Complete silence. And my dogs, usually the first to alert me to any trespassers, were huddled together on the porch, whining softly. They wouldn't budge, not even when I tried to coax them to come with me. I stood there for a good 5 minutes, scanning the pasture with my flashlight, but couldn't see anything unusual. The lights I'd seen from inside were nowhere to be found. I figured maybe I was just tired seeing things, but as I turned to go back inside, I heard it. This low, pulsing hum. Not mechanical exactly, more like vibration. like when you run your finger around the rim of a crystal glass, but deeper. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I'm not some nervous old lady. I've dealt with my share of trespassers, predators, and all the weird stuff that can happen on a ranch. But something about this made the hair on my arms stand up. I went back inside, locked everything up tight, and tried to convince myself it was just some weird weather phenomenon. The next morning, I found one of my heifers dead in that same east pasture. Now, losing livestock happens. It's part of ranching. But this wasn't natural. The poor thing was lying there with surgical precision cuts, her left eye removed, along with a perfect circle of hide from her belly and her reproductive organs completely gone. No blood. Not a drop around her or on her. The grass wasn't even disturbed around the body, like she'd been placed there. And the cuts, they were cauterized somehow, clean edges like they'd been done with a laser. I've seen predator attacks. This wasn't that. I've seen sick cattle die. This wasn't that either. I took photos with my phone, lots of them, because I knew Sheriff Burnett would want to see before I buried her. When I called him, he sighed that deep sigh I've come to know too well. Again, Doris? Which pasture this time? That's when I remembered. This had happened before, not to my cattle, but to the Hendersons' place last fall, and before that to Old Man Whitaker's farm in the spring. The pattern suddenly clicked. These incidents always happened during solstices or equinoxes. Yesterday had been the summer solstice. How had I not made that connection before? Sheriff came out, took his own photos, filled out a report that would no doubt get filed away with all the others. He tried to comfort me with talk of unusual predator behavior and possible satanic cult activity from the college kids in the next county. But his eyes said he didn't believe either explanation. I still made it to my pre-op appointment that afternoon, though I was distracted. Dr. Miller commented on how tense I seemed, but I didn't mention the cattle incident. People in town have mixed reactions to these events. Some take them seriously, others think it's mass hysteria or pranks. I didn't need my doctor thinking I was losing my mind right before surgery. The knee replacement was scheduled for the following week. The days in between were uneventful, except for one night when I woke up around 3 in the morning to that same humming sound. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. I was too scared to look outside. Surgery day came. Everything went fine, according to Dr. Miller, though I was out cold for all of it. When I woke up in recovery, that's when I met Jamie. She was my night nurse, mid-30s, dark hair always pulled back in a messy bun, with kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when she smiled. She had this calming presence that made the hospital stay less miserable. On my second night there, Jamie came in to check my vitals around midnight. I was still pretty loopy from the pain meds, staring at the ceiling and thinking about the ranch. "Can't sleep?" she asked, adjusting my IV. I shook my head. "Worrying about my cattle. My neighbors checking on them, but it's not the same." "You're the one with the place east of town, right? The white farmhouse with the red barn?" When I looked surprised, she added, "I drive by there sometimes on my way home. I live out in that direction, just past the old mill." We got to talking. Turns out Jamie had only moved to Clearwater about a year ago. She'd been a city girl, wanted a change of pace after a bad breakup. She rented a little cottage about 20 minutes past my place. The next night, Jamie brought me a decent cup of coffee, smuggled from the doctor's lounge instead of the hospital sludge. We talked more as she helped me do my first post-surgery exercises. That's when the conversation took an unexpected turn. She was examining my knee, looking at the incision, when she made a joke about my bone spurs. "These x-rays are wild," she said, pulling up my chart on the computer. "These bone spurs are so symmetrical, almost like someone implanted something in there." She laughed. "Maybe aliens did your first knee surgery." I didn't laugh back. Instead, I found myself asking, Do you have your phone on you? Looking confused, Jamie nodded. Can you pull it out? I want to show you something. She took out her phone and handed it to me. My own phone was in my bag across the room, but I knew I could access my cloud photos from hers. I logged into my account and pulled up the photos from the dead heifer. Jamie's face changed as she swiped through them. First confusion, then disbelief. Finally, something close to fear. What am I looking at?" she whispered. "My cattle. One of them, anyway. Found her like this the day of my pre-op appointment." She zoomed in on one of the photos, studying the precise incision around the missing eye. This can't be natural. It's not." I took a deep breath. "And it's not the first time it's happened in Clearwater." I explained everything. The rotating pattern among local ranches, the solstice timing, the strange lights and sounds. As I talked, Jamie sank into the chair beside my bed, her face growing paler. "There's never any blood," I continued. "Never any signs of struggle, just surgical removal of specific parts. Eyes, reproductive organs, sometimes the tongue or sections of intestine. But who would do this? And why?" Jamie's voice had dropped to a whisper, like she was afraid someone might overhear. "That's just it. Nobody knows. Some folks blame the government, testing some kind of weapons or biological agents. Others think it's cults. But the precision... I've seen surgeries on cattle before. Even the best vet doesn't cut like that." Jamie was quiet for a long moment, staring at the photos. "You mentioned sounds. What kind exactly?" "A hum sometimes, but also this whooshing, like air being displaced very quickly, always from above." Her eyes met mine. "You don't think..." I shrugged. "I don't know what to think. I'm not saying it's... you know. But I can't explain it either." Jamie handed the phone back, her hand trembling slightly. "How long has this been happening?" "In Clearwater? At least 10 years that I know of. My first incident was 3 years ago. Before that, I thought people were exaggerating." She stood up abruptly. "I should finish my rounds. Try to get some rest, Doris." I could tell she was rattled. Hell, I was rattled too, even after all this time. But I felt bad for dumping this on her, especially since I realized she lived out in the same area where these things happened. "I'm sorry," I called as she reached the door. "I didn't mean to scare you." She paused, gave a forced smile. "You didn't. It's just a lot to process." But I could see in her eyes that I had scared her. And why wouldn't I? Finding out you've been living 30 minutes from where these unexplained mutilations occur would unsettle anyone. Jamie didn't mention the photos the next day, but she seemed distracted during her shift. She checked on me less frequently, and when she did, our conversation stayed firmly in safe territory. My recovery progress, physical therapy plans, when I could expect to go home. On what was supposed to be my last night in the hospital, everything changed. I woke up around 2 in the morning to find Jamie standing in my doorway, still in her scrubs but with her coat on, like she'd been about to leave. Her face was ashen. "Jamie, everything okay?" I tried to sit up, wincing at the pain in my knee. She stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. "I heard it," she whispered. "Heard what?" "That sound you described, the whooshing. I was in the parking lot about to drive home, and I heard it, right above the hospital." Her hands were shaking as she pulled her phone from her pocket. "I tried to record it, but it doesn't come through clearly." She pressed play on a video. The screen showed the dark hospital parking lot, her car in the foreground. The audio was mostly wind noise, but underneath it was something else. That distinct displacement of air, followed by a low-frequency pulse that made the hairs on my neck stand up. "That's it," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. "That's exactly it." Jamie sank into the chair beside my bed. "What were you doing when you first noticed these incidents at your ranch, before you found the cattle?" The question caught me off guard. I don't follow. Were you sick? Had you been to the doctor recently? Any medical procedures? I thought back. 3 years ago, I had a nasty fall. Broke my wrist pretty badly. Had to get pins put in. Why? Jamie leaned forward. The Henderson farm, when their cattle were mutilated. Had anyone in their family been in the hospital? Mrs. Henderson had been having heart problems, I recalled. She'd had some kind of procedure a few weeks before. How did you know that? And old man Whitaker? Any medical issues before his incident? I thought about it. Hip surgery. He was still using a walker when his cattle were hit. Jamie's eyes were wide. Don't you see? There's a pattern. Everyone who's had these incidents has also had recent medical interventions, surgeries, implants, procedures. A chill ran through me. What are you suggesting? She ran her hands through her hair, dislodging her neat bun. I don't know exactly, but what if whatever is doing this is somehow tracking people? People who've had medical work done? It sounded crazy, but so did cattle with surgical precision cuts and missing organs with no blood. But why? I asked. Why would anyone or anything care about us and then mutilate our cattle? Maybe it's not about the cattle, Jamie said quietly. Maybe the cattle are just practice or distractions. The implication hung in the air between us. I felt suddenly cold, despite the warm hospital room. Or maybe the cattle are warnings, I said slowly. Demonstrations of what they can do. Jamie nodded, her face grave. I need to show you something else. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a small scar on her forearm about 2 inches long. I had a mole removed last month. Nothing serious, just precautionary. But ever since then, I've been having these dreams. I'm paralyzed, surrounded by bright light, and there's this high-pitched tone that makes my teeth hurt. I stared at her scar, then at my knee under the hospital blanket. You think we're being... what? Studied? I don't know, but I'm scared, Doris. That sound tonight. It was right above the hospital, right above where you are. We sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of possibilities pressing down on us. What do we do? I finally asked. Jamie shook her head. I don't know. Tell someone. But who would believe this? Just then, the lights in my room flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. The monitoring equipment beside my bed beeped irregularly, then reset itself. Jamie and I locked eyes. Neither of us spoke, but I could see she was thinking the same thing I was. The intercom system crackled to life, startling us both. But instead of an announcement, there was just a strange series of clicks, followed by that same humming tone I'd heard at my ranch. We need to go, Jamie whispered, standing up. Now. I can barely walk, I reminded her, gesturing at my newly replaced knee. I'll get a wheelchair. She moved toward the door but stopped. Do you hear that? I listened. The hallway outside had gone completely silent. No footsteps, no distant conversations, no squeaking cartwheels, none of the normal hospital night sounds. Jamie cautiously opened the door and peered out. There's no one there, she said, her voice tight with fear. The nurse's station is empty. She disappeared into the hall for a moment, then returned, pushing a wheelchair. Hurry, she urged, helping me disconnect from the monitoring equipment and ease out of bed. The pain was intense, but fear is a powerful motivator. Jamie helped me into the chair and grabbed my personal belongings, stuffing them into a hospital bag. The hallway was deserted, not just quiet, completely empty. No patients wandering, no staff at their stations, no security guards making rounds. Just empty corridors stretching in both directions, lit by fluorescent lights that seemed to buzz more intensely than normal. Where is everyone? I whispered as Jamie pushed me toward the elevator. I don't know, she answered, her voice shaking, but I'm not waiting to find out. The elevator doors opened as soon as Jamie pressed the button, as if it had been waiting for us. Inside, she hit the button for the parking garage. As the doors closed, the lights inside the elevator flickered and that humming sound grew louder. Jamie grabbed my hand, squeezing it tightly. "Whatever happens," she said, "don't look at the lights. If you see bright lights, don't look directly at them." I nodded, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The elevator descended smoothly at first, but between the third and second floors it jolted to a stop. The display above the door went blank, and for a moment everything was still. Then the humming intensified, vibrating through the metal walls around us. The light fixtures began to emit a blue-white glow, growing brighter by the second. "Close your eyes!" Jamie shouted, turning away from the ceiling. I squeezed my eyes shut just as a blinding flash penetrated my eyelids. The elevator car seemed to drop. Not fall exactly, but like gravity itself had increased. The pressure pushed me down into the wheelchair, making it hard to breathe. My ears popped, and suddenly the humming stopped. The elevator dinged cheerfully, and the doors slid open to reveal the parking garage. It was empty too. Not a single car except for Jamie's old Honda, sitting alone under a flickering light. "This isn't right," Jamie whispered. "There should be doctors' cars at least. The overnight staff." She pushed me toward her car anyway, moving quickly now. The parking garage was silent, except for the squeak of the wheelchair wheels and our rapid breathing. Jamie helped me into the passenger seat, folded the wheelchair and tossed it in her back seat. "I'm taking you to my place," she said as she started the engine. "It's not safe here." As we drove up the exit ramp, I looked back at the hospital. Every window was dark. The entire building sat there like an empty shell, no signs of life at all. "The patients," I said suddenly. "What about all the other patients?" Jamie's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "I don't know." We drove in silence through the deserted streets of Clearwater. No other cars, no pedestrians, not even any animals. It was like the whole town had been evacuated. The only sound was the hum of Jamie's engine and the occasional crackle of static from her radio, which she couldn't seem to tune to any station. As we passed the town limits, heading toward the rural area where both our properties were, Jamie finally spoke again. "I think they're looking for something," she said, her voice barely audible over the engine. "In us. Something in our bodies." "The surgeries," I murmured. "They're following the surgeries." She nodded. "But what happens when they find whatever they're looking for?" The road stretched dark ahead of us, moonlight casting everything in silver and shadow. As we rounded the bend that would take us past my ranch, Jamie slowed the car. "Oh my God," she breathed. Above my property hovered a massive shape, darker than the night sky around it. No definite form, just an absence of stars in a roughly circular pattern. And beneath it, moving across my pasture, were lights, the same blue-white lights I'd seen before. They moved with purpose, sweeping across the ground in a grid pattern. "Drive," I urged. "Don't stop." Jamie pressed the accelerator, and we sped past my property. In the rear-view mirror, I watched the lights pause, then change direction, toward the road. "They've seen us," Jamie said, her voice rising with panic. She pushed the car faster, the old Honda protesting, as we hit 60-70 miles per hour on the dark country road. The humming started again, first faintly, then growing louder until it filled the car, making the windows vibrate. The radio came to life on its own, cycling through frequencies of static. "Almost there," Jamie said through gritted teeth. "Just another mile." The headlights flickered, then died completely. Jamie cursed, slowing down to navigate the now dark road. The dashboard lights went next, followed by the engines sputtering and dying. We coasted to a stop in the middle of the empty road, surrounded by fields on both sides. The silence was absolute. "What now?" I whispered. Jamie didn't answer. She was staring out her side window, her face illuminated by a growing blue-white light. I followed her gaze and saw it. A perfect sphere of light, hovering about 50 feet off the ground in the adjacent field. It pulsed gently, almost like a heartbeat. "Don't look directly at it," Jamie reminded me, her voice strangely calm now. "We should run," I said, even though I knew with my knee I wouldn't get far. "There's nowhere to go," Jamie replied, "and I think this was always going to happen." The sphere began to descend, the air around it shimmering like heat waves off summer asphalt. The humming grew more intense, resonating inside my chest cavity. "My knee," I said suddenly, the realization hitting me. They put something in my knee. The bone spurs. They weren't natural. Jamie turned to look at me, her face eerily calm in the blue light. "I know," she said. "I think I've always known, since I moved here. Like I was drawn to this place for a reason." She reached over and squeezed my hand. "Whatever happens next, remember everything. Someone needs to know." The car doors unlocked themselves with a soft click. Outside, the air had gone completely still. No wind, no insects, no distant animal calls. Just that persistent, terrible humming that seemed to vibrate at the exact frequency of my fear. The blue-white light grew brighter, filling the car. Jamie's hand in mine was the only thing that felt real, the only anchor in a moment that couldn't possibly be happening. "They're here," she whispered. And then the light swallowed everything. Story 12. I've never really spoken about this before, not properly anyway. I think part of me was afraid that talking about it would somehow bring her back. The other part of me worried people would think I was making it all up for attention or that I was just some crazy person. But I need to tell someone, and maybe putting it down in words will help me process what happened all those years ago in Pineville. I grew up in what most people would call a sleepy town. Pineville was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where the most exciting thing that happened was the annual fall festival, and where the local diner served the same specials every day for 20 years. Our house was nothing special, a 2-story colonial on Maple Street with faded blue siding and white shutters that needed repainting every few years. It was a normal house in a normal town with a normal family. At least that's what I thought. The first time I saw her, I was around 5 years old. I remember because I had just started kindergarten that year. I was already a nervous kid when it came to bedtime, afraid of the dark, convinced there were monsters under my bed or in my closet. My parents tried everything. Night lights, checking under the bed with me before tucking me in, leaving the door cracked open so the hallway light could spill in. Nothing worked. I'd wake up screaming almost every night from nightmares I couldn't remember or from shadows that seemed to move across my walls. My parents were exhausted. I was exhausted. Eventually they gave up and let me sleep in their bedroom, in their king-sized bed between them. It was the only way any of us got any sleep. My dad built me a little trundle bed that slid out from under their bed, but most nights I'd end up crawling between them anyway, seeking safety in their warmth. It was during one of those nights when I first saw her. I remember waking up suddenly, not from a nightmare, but from a feeling, like when you know someone is staring at you. The room was dark, except for the faint blue glow of my dad's digital alarm clock on the nightstand. 3:15 in the morning. I remember the time so clearly because I stared at those numbers, trying to make sense of what I was seeing at the foot of our bed. She was tall and slender, with long red hair that seemed to float around her face like she was underwater. Her dress was yellow, not a bright sunshine yellow, but a softer shade like buttercups or the inside of a lemon. It flowed around her as if caught in a gentle breeze, even though the air in the room was completely still. But the detail that always stuck with me most was the flower. A deep pink or maybe red flower tucked behind her ear. The strangest thing was the glow. She didn't cast light into the room exactly, but she had this faint luminescence about her, like she was lit from within. Just bright enough that I could see her clearly, even in the darkness of our bedroom. I was frozen with terror. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't look away. She just stood there watching me, not moving, not speaking, just watching. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I managed to reach out and shake my mum awake. "Mommy," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Mommy, there's a lady at the end of the bed." Mum stirred, mumbling something about going back to sleep, but I was insistent. I tugged at her arm harder. Look, there's a lady in a yellow dress." That got her attention. She sat up quickly, switched on the bedside lamp, and looked around the room frantically. "Where, Lizzie? Where do you see someone?" I pointed directly at the foot of the bed, where the woman stood, completely unchanged by the sudden light in the room. "There! Right there! The lady in the yellow dress with the flower in her hair." Mum looked exactly where I was pointing. Dad woke up from the commotion and did the same. They both stared right through her. "There's no one there, sweetie," Mum said, though I could hear the fear in her voice. "You were dreaming." "I'm not dreaming. She's right there. She's looking at us right now." Dad got up and checked the whole room, then the closet, then under the bed. He even went downstairs to make sure all the doors and windows were locked. Mum held me close, stroking my hair, telling me it was just a nightmare. But I knew what I saw. The lady in yellow stood there the entire time, watching us, her expression neutral. Not angry, not sad, not happy, just watching. Eventually, she drifted, not walked, but drifted, toward my parents' bedroom door and passed through it like it wasn't even there. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, my parents tried to convince me it was just a bad dream, but I knew better. I knew what I saw was real. They exchanged worried looks when they thought I wasn't watching, and I overheard Mom on the phone with our family doctor, asking if night terrors could seem so vivid. For a few weeks after that, nothing happened. I started to wonder if maybe they were right. Maybe it had been just a very realistic nightmare. But then, about a month later, she came back. This time it was around 2 in the morning. Again, I woke up suddenly with that feeling of being watched. She was standing in the same spot at the foot of the bed, wearing the same yellow dress, with the same flower in her hair. This time, I immediately shook my parents awake, pointing and crying. "She's back! The yellow dress lady is back!" Just like before, they couldn't see her. Dad checked the house again, while Mom tried to calm me down. The lady just watched, and after a while, she drifted through the door again and was gone. This pattern continued throughout my childhood. Sometimes she'd appear once every few months, sometimes twice in the same week. Always at night, always in my parents' bedroom, always wearing that yellow dress with the flower in her hair, always visible only to me. My parents took me to doctors, therapists, even had my eyes checked. Everyone concluded I was either having extremely vivid nightmares or making it up for attention, but I wasn't. The lady in yellow was as real to me as my own reflection in the mirror. The strange thing was, as I got older, the fear began to fade. By the time I was 8 or 9, seeing her became less terrifying and more curious. She never did anything threatening. She never tried to approach me or touch me. She never spoke. She just watched. Sometimes she would tilt her head slightly, as if she was trying to understand something about me. One night when I was around 10, I actually tried to talk to her. "Who are you?" I whispered, careful not to wake my parents. "Why do you keep coming here?" She didn't answer. She just stood there with that same neutral expression, watching me with eyes that I could never quite make out in detail. They seemed to shift between green and gray in the dim light. "Do you need help?" I tried again. "Is there something you want me to do?" Nothing. No response. After a few minutes of my one-sided conversation, she drifted through the door like always. By the time I was 12, I had my own room again. I had finally outgrown my fear of sleeping alone, though my parents' door was always open in case I needed them. The lady in yellow started appearing in my new bedroom instead, still with the same routine, standing silently watching me for a while, then leaving through the door or sometimes the wall. I began keeping a journal about her visits, date, time, how long she stayed, what she did, which was always nothing, and how I felt about it. Looking back at that journal now, I can see a pattern I didn't notice then. She often appeared around significant events in my life. The night before my first day of school, the evening after my grandfather's funeral, the day I won the spelling bee, the night my parents had that huge fight that I thought meant they were getting divorced. When I turned 14, the visits started becoming less frequent. By 16, they were rare enough that months would go by without seeing her. By 18, when I left for college, she had all but disappeared from my life. I nearly convinced myself that maybe my parents and the doctors had been right all along. Maybe she had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination, a manifestation of my childhood anxieties that faded as I matured. That was until last month. I'm 32 now. I moved back to Pineville 3 years ago after my divorce to be closer to my parents. Dad passed away last year. Heart attack, quick and unexpected. And Mom's been struggling to maintain the house on her own. I've been helping her sort through things, deciding what to keep and what to let go, as she considers downsizing to a smaller place. We were in the attic, going through old photo albums and boxes of memorabilia, when I found my old childhood journal, the one where I documented all my encounters with the lady in yellow. I flipped through it, smiling at my childish handwriting and dramatic descriptions. "Mom," I said, not really thinking much of it. "Do you remember when I used to see that woman in your bedroom? The one in the yellow dress?" The box she was holding slipped from her hands, scattering old Christmas ornaments across the dusty attic floor. When I looked up at her, her face had gone completely white. Her hands were trembling. "I don't want to talk about that right now," she said sharply, in a tone I rarely heard from her. I was stunned. This wasn't the response of someone humoring a child's imagination or dismissing an old fantasy. This was fear, real, visceral fear. "Mom, what is it? What's wrong?" She shook her head firmly, bending down to gather the fallen ornaments with shaking hands. "Not now, Elizabeth, please." "But Mom, you always told me she wasn't real, that I was dreaming or making it up." She stopped what she was doing and looked at me with eyes that suddenly seemed much older than her 68 years. "What we tell our children to help them sleep at night isn't always the whole truth," she said quietly. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the drafty attic. "You saw her too?" She didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "That house on Maple Street had a history before we moved in. I didn't know much about it when we bought it, just that it had been empty for a while, and the price was right for your father and me, newly married and expecting you." She sat down heavily on an old trunk, looking past me at something I couldn't see. "It was only after you started seeing things that I asked around town. Old Mrs. Callahan at the library told me about the family that lived there in the 1950s, a husband, wife, and their young daughter. The wife died in that house, some kind of accident. Mrs. Callahan couldn't remember the details, just that it was tragic and sudden." "The wife," I said slowly. "Did she have red hair?" Mom nodded, still not meeting my eyes. "And I found a photo in the local newspaper archives. It was from some town festival. The caption listed the family, the Millers. The wife, Rebecca Miller, was wearing a yellow dress in the photograph." My mouth went dry. Did she have a flower in her hair?" Mom finally looked at me then, her eyes glistening with tears. "I don't know. The photo was black and white. But Elizabeth, After you told us about seeing her that first night, I started having dreams. Dreams about a woman in our bedroom watching us sleep, watching you. I could never see her clearly, just a presence, a feeling. Your father thought I was just anxious because you were having night terrors. But you believe me now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I believe something was in that house, she said. Something that only you could fully see, but that I could sense sometimes. Especially after your father would go back to sleep, and I'd lie awake, feeling like someone was standing in the dark corners of our room, watching. We sat in silence for a long moment, the dust motes dancing in the beams of light coming through the small attic window. Why didn't you ever tell me? I finally asked. What would I have said? That I thought our house might be haunted, but I couldn't see what you saw. That would have terrified you more. You were already so afraid. Your father and I just wanted you to feel safe. I thought about all those nights I spent between them, pointing at an apparition they claimed wasn't there, crying and scared. All these years I thought I was alone in that experience. Did Dad ever feel anything? I asked. Mom shook her head. He was a practical man. He believed in what he could see and touch. Even when the bathroom faucets would turn on by themselves, or when pictures would fall off the walls for no reason, he always had a logical explanation. That night, after leaving Mum's house, I drove past our old place on Maple Street. New people live there now, a young couple with twin toddlers. The blue siding has been replaced with grey, and the white shutters are now black. The maple tree in the front yard has grown massive, its branches stretching over most of the front lawn. I sat in my car across the street, staring at the upstairs windows, wondering if the new family's children ever wake up in the night, pointing at something their parents can't see. I wondered if the lady in yellow is still there, watching with that same neutral expression, waiting for... what? That's the question that keeps me up at night now. What did she want? Why did she appear to me for all those years? Was she trying to tell me something? Was she lost? Was she protecting me? I've tried researching Rebecca Miller online, trying to find out more about her life and death, but there's surprisingly little information available. The local newspaper archives only go back to 1965 online, and the physical copies from the 50s were damaged in a library flood years ago. Last week, I drove to the county records office and found the deed history for the house on Maple Street. The Millers did indeed own it from 1953 until 1958. Then ownership transferred to Ernest Miller, presumably the husband alone. The cause of Rebecca's death isn't listed, of course. It's just a property record. I'm going back to Mom's tomorrow to see if she'll tell me more. She's been reluctant to discuss it further since that day in the attic, changing the subject whenever I bring it up. But I need to know. After all these years of thinking, I was imagining things or having especially vivid nightmares, finding out that there might be some truth to what I experienced. It's both validating and terrifying. Sometimes at night in my apartment on the other side of town, I still wake up with that feeling of being watched. I lie very still, my eyes scanning the darkness, looking for a faint glow, a yellow dress, a flower in red hair. So far, she hasn't appeared, but somehow, I don't think I've seen the last of the lady in yellow. And now I'm left wondering, was I special somehow? Could I see her when others couldn't for a reason? Or was it random chance that I was the one to witness her silent vigil? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. But one thing's for sure, I'm sleeping with the lights on tonight. Story 13. I still don't sleep well some nights. Even though it's been almost 3 years since our family trip to Gettysburg, I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I was always the kid who laughed during scary movies and teased my friends when they got freaked out by urban legends. But what happened during that summer vacation when I was 13 completely changed my perspective on what might exist beyond what we can normally see or understand. My parents had planned this educational family vacation to Gettysburg as part of their mission to teach my sister and me about American history. Dad was always big on making sure we understood where we came from as a nation, as he liked to say. Mom thought it would be more fun to stay at a historic bed and breakfast rather than some chain hotel. She found this place called Willow Creek Inn, not the real name, I don't want to hurt their business, that was supposedly built in the mid-1800s and had served as a makeshift field hospital during the battle. From the moment our car pulled into the gravel driveway of the old Victorian-style house, something felt off. I can't really explain it well. It wasn't anything dramatic, just this weird feeling of heaviness in the air, like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing. It wasn't just me either. My 10-year-old sister Emma got really quiet, which was unusual for her since she typically wouldn't shut up during car rides. The innkeeper was this older lady named Mrs. Winters, who wore her grey hair in a tight bun and had these piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through you. She greeted us politely enough, but there was something stiff about her, like she was going through the motions, but didn't really want us there. She gave us a brief tour of the common areas, a parlor with antique furniture that we weren't supposed to sit on, a dining room with a huge oak table where breakfast would be served, and a small library filled with Civil War books. "Your rooms are upstairs," Mrs. Winters said, leading us up a narrow staircase that creaked with every step. "The magnolia room for the parents, and the soldiers' room for the children." I remember looking at my parents when she said "soldiers' room," hoping they'd request a change, but they just nodded like it was perfectly normal to put kids in a room with such a creepy name. The room itself wasn't that bad. 2 twin beds with quilts that looked handmade, a dresser, and a small desk by the window overlooking the backyard. There was an old black and white photograph on the wall of a group of soldiers standing in formation, their faces barely visible due to the quality of the image and the passage of time. "That was taken right here on the property," Mrs. Winters said, noticing me staring at it. "Those men camped here the night before the second day of battle. Most of them didn't survive." She said it so matter-of-factly, like she was telling us what time breakfast was served. Emma immediately wanted to switch rooms, but Dad told her to stop being dramatic. "It's just a historical picture, Emma. Nothing to be afraid of," he said, though I noticed he didn't look at it too long himself. That first day, we visited the museum and visitor center. I normally would have found the exhibits interesting. I was kind of a history nerd, but I couldn't concentrate. Throughout the entire town, there was this weird underlying tension I couldn't shake off, like the air was charged with some kind of electricity. I kept getting goosebumps for no reason, even though it was over 90 degrees outside. When we went on a guided tour of one of the battlefields, I started feeling really nauseous. The tour guide was describing in graphic detail how men had died right where we were standing, pointing to specific spots where soldiers had fallen or where field surgeons had amputated limbs. "Right here," he said, tapping his foot on a patch of grass that looked no different from any other, "is where they stacked the amputated arms and legs until they could be buried." Emma started crying and Mom took her back to the car. I wanted to go with them, but Dad had paid for the tour and insisted I stay. "This is important, Michael. This is your history." By the time we got back to the B&B that evening, I was exhausted. Not just physically tired from walking around in the heat all day, but emotionally drained in a way I'd never experienced before. During dinner at a local restaurant, I barely touched my food, which wasn't like me at all. "Are you feeling okay, honey?" Mom asked, putting her hand on my forehead to check for fever. "Just tired," I mumbled, not wanting to try to explain the weird feelings I'd been having all day. They wouldn't have understood. Heck, I didn't understand it myself. We got back to Willow Creek around 9, and I went straight up to the soldiers' room. Emma was sharing the room with me, but had already fallen asleep in the car, and Dad had carried her upstairs. She was out cold in her bed, still in her clothes from the day. I changed into my pajamas and crawled into bed, hoping the strange feelings would be gone by morning. I must have fallen asleep at some point, though I don't remember doing so. What I do remember with crystal clarity that hasn't faded even after all this time is waking up at exactly 3:02 in the morning. I know the time because the old-fashioned alarm clock on the nightstand had glowing red numbers that seemed unnaturally bright in the darkness. The first thing I noticed was how cold the room was. Not just cool, but freezing, like someone had left a window open in the middle of winter. But the windows were closed, and it was July. My breath came out in visible puffs, which made no sense at all. I was lying on my side facing the wall, and I had this overwhelming sensation that I shouldn't move, not even an inch. Something was in the room with us. I knew it with absolute certainty, the way you know when someone is staring at you from behind. Every instinct was screaming at me to keep my eyes shut and pretend to be asleep. The presence, I don't know what else to call it, was standing right beside my bed. I could feel it leaning down, examining me like it was trying to determine if I was really asleep or just faking. The air around me became even colder, so cold it hurt to breathe, and there was this smell, not decay exactly, but something old and musty, like a basement that hadn't been opened in decades, mixed with what I can only describe as the metallic scent of blood. What made it unbearable wasn't the cold or the smell, but the hatred I could feel radiating from this thing. Pure, undiluted hatred directed specifically at me, at my family. It wanted us gone. No, more than that. There was a malevolence to it that went beyond just wanting us to leave. It felt like it wanted to harm us, to punish us for being there. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, too terrified to open them, afraid of what I might see if I did. I could sense the presence moving around the room. It went to Emma's bed first, hovering there briefly. Then it moved to the center of the room, just standing there, before slowly making its way to the door that connected to our parents' room. It paused at the door for what felt like forever, and I had this horrible thought that it was going to go through that door and do something to Mom and Dad. I wanted to scream, to warn them, but I couldn't make a sound. I was paralyzed with fear. Then it moved back into our room, circling slowly before stopping at my father's suitcase, which he had left open on the floor. It lingered there the longest, and I had the distinct impression it was angry. The temperature around the suitcase dropped so low that I could hear the metal zippers softly clicking against each other, like tiny wind chimes in a breeze. After what seemed like an eternity, the presence returned to my bedside. It stood there so close I could have reached out and touched it if I'd had the courage to move. The hatred it projected was so intense, it was almost like a physical force pressing down on me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I could do was lie there and endure it. I don't know how long it stood there. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning. But eventually, the oppressive weight of its presence began to lessen, and the room gradually became less frigid. When I finally worked up the courage to open my eyes, sunlight was streaming through the windows, and Emma was still sound asleep in her bed. I spent the rest of that day in a daze. We visited more historical sites, but I was barely present. I kept looking over my shoulder, jumping at every noise, staying as close to my parents as possible without making it obvious something was wrong. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. What could I say? "Hey, Mum, Dad, I think a ghost hates us and wants us to leave." They would have thought I was making it up for attention or had a nightmare. That night I fought against sleep as long as I could. I kept the bedside lamp on and tried to read a book I'd brought, but eventually exhaustion won out. Nothing happened that second night or the third, which was our last at Willow Creek Inn. But the relief I felt when we finally drove away from that place was indescribable. I managed to put the experience behind me, or at least I tried to. I told myself it was just a vivid nightmare, or maybe I'd been half asleep and imagined it all. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. About 18 months later, my mom and I were alone in the car, driving back from a doctor's appointment. Out of nowhere, she asked, "Michael, did anything strange happen to you when we were in Gettysburg?" The question caught me completely off guard. "What do you mean?" She hesitated, keeping her eyes fixed on the road. "That first night at the bed and breakfast, did you feel anything unusual?" My heart started racing. "Why are you asking me this now?" She sighed, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "I've been having these dreams lately, about that night, and they don't feel like normal dreams. They feel like memories." With a shaky voice, I finally told her everything: the cold, the presence, the overwhelming hatred. As I spoke, I watched her face grow pale. "I felt it too," she whispered when I finished. "I woke up in the middle of the night and felt something in our room, something malevolent. It was standing by your father's side of the bed for the longest time. I was too scared to move or say anything. I thought I was just having a waking nightmare." We drove in silence for a while after that. "Have you told Dad?" I eventually asked. She shook her head. "No, and I don't think we should. You know how he is. He doesn't believe in any of this stuff. He'd just tell us we're being ridiculous." "What do you think it was?" I asked, finally voicing the question that had haunted me for over a year. "I don't know," she admitted. "But Gettysburg is known for being one of the most haunted places in America. All those men who died there, some of them might not have moved on." I've done a lot of reading about Gettysburg since then, trying to make sense of what happened. I've learned that many visitors report similar experiences: sudden cold spots, feelings of being watched, overwhelming emotions of sadness or anger that don't seem to be their own. Some people believe the land itself absorbed the trauma of what happened there, while others think the spirits of soldiers remain, bound to the place where they suffered and died. I don't know what was in our room that night. Maybe it was the ghost of a Confederate soldier who saw us as Northern invaders. Maybe it was something that had never been human at all. All I know is that I felt true evil that night, a kind of hatred so pure and intense that it couldn't possibly have come from this world. I'm 17 now, and my parents have suggested another trip to Gettysburg this summer before I go off to college. I've made up every excuse I can think of not to go. I've told them I have too much summer homework, that I made plans with friends, that I'm not feeling well, anything to avoid going back to that place, because whatever was in that room that night is still there. I can feel it, and I know with absolute certainty that if I ever return to Gettysburg, it will be waiting for me. Story 14. Jake's family lived in this old two-story house that had definitely seen better days. From the moment I moved in, something felt off about the place. The walls had this yellowish tint from years of cigarette smoke, and there were water stains on practically every ceiling. Most of the windows were covered with these thick, dark curtains that barely let any light in, even during the day. Jake's dad told me casually one afternoon that the house used to be a drug den before they bought it cheap at auction. That explained a lot about the general vibe of the place. My bedroom was on the second floor, at the end of the hallway. It was small, with just enough space for a twin bed, a dresser, and an old TV on a rickety stand. The closet had these sliding doors that never closed properly and would sometimes slide open on their own. The walls were thin. I could hear everything happening in the house, from Jake's video games in the next room to his parents arguing downstairs. I had trouble sleeping in that house from day one. It wasn't just the unfamiliar sounds or the fact that it wasn't my home. There was something else, this constant feeling of being watched. I'd look over my shoulder all the time, thinking someone was standing behind me, but no one was ever there. I chalked it up to anxiety about my mom being gone and having to finish school without her. The night it happened was in the middle of October. The weather had turned cold, and the house's old heating system made these weird clanking sounds that echoed through the walls. Jake's parents had gone to bed early, and Jake was at his girlfriend's house, so I was basically alone on the second floor. I was watching some random show on my small TV, already half asleep at around 11:30. My eyes kept getting heavy, but I wanted to finish the episode before turning it off. The room was dark except for the blue glow of the television. I remember feeling unusually cold, even though I was under 2 blankets. I must have dozed off for a minute or two, because I suddenly jerked awake, that sensation of falling hitting me. That's when I cracked my eyes open one last time, planning to just turn the TV off and go to sleep properly. That's when I saw it. Just above my TV, the wall seemed to ripple. I blinked hard, thinking I was just seeing things in my sleepy state. But then the rippling intensified, and the wall started to bulge outward, like something was pushing through from the other side. My heart immediately started hammering in my chest, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, watching this thing emerge from my wall. It was a figure, completely black, not like shadow black, but this dense, solid darkness that somehow seemed to absorb the TV light rather than reflect it. It had a human shape, but was taller than any person I'd ever seen, with limbs that seemed too long and thin. The head was the worst part. It wasn't round like a normal head. It was misshapen, almost elongated on one side, like it had been partially crushed or melted. I couldn't see any facial features, no eyes, no mouth, nothing, just this featureless black mass with that distorted head. And it moved so silently. There wasn't a sound as it literally fell forward out of the wall, right onto my bed, sprawling across my legs. The weight was real. I felt it pressing down on me, heavy and cold. It was like having a bag of ice dropped onto my lower body, except the bag of ice was shaped like a person and had just walked out of my fucking wall. Something in me snapped. Pure adrenaline kicked in, and I jumped up from the bed with my fists clenched, ready to fight this thing even though I was terrified beyond belief. I must have closed my eyes for a split second when I leaped up, because when I opened them again, the figure was gone from the bed, but it wasn't gone from the room. I heard shuffling from the direction of my closet, and when I looked over, I saw the clothes hanging inside, moving, swinging slightly like something had just brushed past them. The sliding door was open wider than it had been before. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, and I was breathing like I'd just run a marathon. I don't know where I found the courage. Maybe it was fear turning into anger, or maybe it was just pure desperation. But I started talking. Actually, I was practically shouting. "This is my room now," I yelled, pointing at the closet. "I live here now, and you are not welcome in my space. Get the hell out and stay out." I kept going, telling this thing that I wasn't afraid, a complete lie, and that it had no power over me. Another lie. My voice was shaking, but I kept talking, establishing my boundaries like I was negotiating with a home invader instead of some supernatural entity that had just walked through my wall. I must have sounded absolutely insane to anyone who might have heard me. Thankfully, Jake's parents' bedroom was downstairs, and Jake wasn't home. I stood there in the middle of my room, trembling but standing my ground for what felt like forever. Nothing happened. No response. No movement from the closet. Nothing. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to walk over and slide the closet door completely shut. I pushed my dresser in front of it for good measure. There was no way I was sleeping in that room that night, so I grabbed my pillow and a blanket and went downstairs to the living room couch. I didn't sleep a wink. I kept the lights and TV on all night, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, but somehow still wired with leftover adrenaline. I wanted to tell Jake about what happened, but I was afraid he'd think I was losing my mind. I ended up keeping it to myself, just casually asking his parents at breakfast if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the house. Jake's dad laughed it off, saying old houses make weird noises, and his mom just shrugged and said she was used to it by now. Not exactly reassuring. That day, I went back to my room when the sun was high and bright. Everything looked normal. My dresser still pushed against the closet door, the wall above my TV solid and unchanged. I spent the afternoon rearranging my room, putting my bed on the opposite wall and moving the TV to a different corner. I'm not sure why I thought that would help, but it made me feel like I was doing something. That night, I was terrified to go back to my room, but I couldn't sleep on the couch forever without raising questions. I brought my laptop up and kept myself awake until I couldn't fight sleep anymore, sometime around 3 in the morning. Before I finally gave in to exhaustion, I repeated my speech from the night before, reminding whatever might be there that this was my space now, and it wasn't welcome. I slept with the lights on for the next week. The intense manifestation never happened again. I never saw the figure emerge from the wall or feel it sprawl across my bed again. But the feeling of being watched never completely went away. Sometimes my closet door would slide open on its own, or I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision that disappeared when I turned to look directly at it. The temperature in my room would drop suddenly and inexplicably, especially near the wall where the TV stood. Small things continued to happen throughout my stay there. Items would go missing and turn up in weird places. My alarm clock would reset itself to random times in the middle of the night. Sometimes I'd wake up feeling like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed, but no one was there. But compared to what happened that night, these were minor annoyances I could live with. The strangest part was that it seemed like my confrontation had actually worked. The entity, ghost, whatever it was, seemed to respect the boundaries I'd set that night. It still made its presence known in subtle ways, but it never again manifested physically or tried to interact with me directly. It was like we'd reached some sort of uneasy truce. I lived in that house for the rest of the school year before moving out to go to college. Jake never mentioned experiencing anything unusual, and I never told him about what happened. Sometimes I wonder if the entity targeted me specifically because I was the newcomer, or if Jake had just learned to live with it and never brought it up. I've researched similar experiences since then and found that some paranormal experts believe that spirits sometimes respond to direct confrontation and boundary setting. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe my fear-fueled outburst actually established rules that this entity chose to follow. Or maybe the whole thing was just a particularly vivid episode of sleep paralysis, though that doesn't explain the continuing smaller disturbances. Whatever it was, I still think about that night often. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and find myself staring at my bedroom wall, half expecting to see it start to ripple and bulge. I keep the closet doors in my apartment closed and locked at all times. And whenever I move to a new place, the first thing I do is announce out loud that the space is mine and nothing unwelcome is allowed to enter. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or demons or whatever else might exist beyond our normal perception, but I know what I saw and felt that night in that rundown house in Pinecrest, and it was as real as anything I've ever experienced. That figure from the wall was there, it was physical, and somehow, impossibly, it heard me and respected my demand to leave. Maybe someday I'll understand what really happened that night. Until then, I keep my eyes open, especially when I'm about to fall asleep, and I always check the walls. Story 15. I still don't sleep well, and it's been 3 months. I keep the nightlight on, which my boyfriend thinks is silly, but he wasn't there. He didn't see it. I've lived in my house in Oakwood for nearly 4 years now. It's a quiet suburb, the kind where people walk their dogs at fixed times and wave to each other from their driveways. Nothing unusual ever happens here. The neighborhood is full of ranch-style homes built in the 70s, including mine. Everything about this place feels normal, safe. That's why I chose it. I've always been somewhat sensitive to things. I don't know how else to describe it. As a kid, I'd sometimes see shadows move in ways they shouldn't. I'd hear footsteps when nobody was home. My parents called it an overactive imagination. Maybe they were right, but what happened 3 months ago wasn't imagination. It couldn't have been. That night started like any other Tuesday. I'd worked late, finishing up a presentation for work, and fell into bed around midnight. My boyfriend Jake was away on a business trip, so I had the house to myself. I remember checking the locks twice before going to bed. I always get a bit jumpy when I'm alone. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the long day. The next thing I knew, I was awake. Not the gradual kind of waking where you slowly drift back to consciousness. This was sudden, like someone had snapped their fingers right next to my ear. The clock on my nightstand read 3:17 in the morning. That time has been burned into my memory. The room was dark except for the faint blue glow from my phone charger. At first, I thought maybe a noise had woken me, the furnace kicking on, or maybe a car driving past, but the house was completely silent. Too silent, actually. I couldn't even hear the hum of the refrigerator from down the hall or the usual creaking of the house settling. Then I felt it, that feeling you get when you know you're not alone. Like when someone's watching you even though you can't see them. The air felt heavy, thick, like it was pressing down on me. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees in seconds. I lay there, frozen under my covers, afraid to move. My breath caught in my throat as I realized there was something standing beside my bed, 2 feet away. That's all that separated me from it. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could make out its shape. It wasn't just a shadow or a trick of light. It had form, substance. It was thin, impossibly thin, like a person who'd been stretched. The figure stood about 5'8", roughly my height, but there was nothing human about it. Its body was jet black, not just dark, but a complete absence of light. You know how even in a dark room, you can still make out shapes. This was different. This thing absorbed the darkness around it, making it look even blacker than the shadows in my room. The outline wasn't smooth, it was jagged like broken glass or sharp rocks. The edges seemed to shift and move slightly, never quite settling into a fixed shape. And where a face should have been, there was nothing. No features, no eyes that I could see. Yet somehow I knew with absolute certainty that it was looking directly at me. I've had sleep paralysis before. I've seen shadow people dart across my peripheral vision. I've heard unexplainable sounds in empty rooms. But nothing, absolutely nothing in my life had prepared me for this moment. The worst part was the feeling it gave off. Pure malice. I could feel its hatred radiating toward me like heat from an open oven. It wanted to hurt me. I don't know how I knew that, but I did. This thing standing beside my bed wanted me to suffer. Time seemed to stop. I don't know how long I lay there, staring at this thing, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. Maybe seconds, maybe minutes. Then I did something I still can't explain. Instead of pulling the covers over my head like every instinct was screaming at me to do, I sat up. I don't know where I found the courage. Maybe it wasn't courage at all, but some kind of sleep-addled stupidity. But suddenly I was sitting upright in bed, my face now just inches away from this entity. 6 inches. That's all that separated my face from where its face should have been. I could feel a cold that went beyond temperature coming off it. My skin prickled, and the hair on my arms stood on end. I swear I could smell something too, like ozone or burned electronics. We were face to face now, and I felt something shift in the energy between us. It was surprised. I'm certain of it. This thing had not expected me to confront it. I stared directly at where its eyes should have been, and though I still couldn't see them, I felt them. It was studying me, assessing me, trying to understand why I wasn't cowering in fear. But I was terrified. My whole body was trembling and sweat was running down my back despite the cold. Yet somehow, in that moment, A strange anger cut through my fear. "Fuck off," I said. My voice didn't sound like my own. It was steady, hard, nothing like the frightened whisper I expected to come out. I reached toward my bedside lamp without breaking my stare from the entity. "Fuck off," I repeated, louder this time. My fingers found the switch, and I flipped it on. Light flooded the room, harsh and sudden, and the figure, it just wasn't there anymore. It didn't fade away or move. One moment it was standing beside my bed, solid and terrifying, and the next it was gone, as if it had never existed. I sat there, breathing hard, scanning every corner of my bedroom. Nothing. Just my familiar furniture, the pile of laundry I'd meant to put away, my shoes kicked off by the door, all perfectly normal. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I got up the courage to turn the light back off. I half expected the thing to reappear the moment darkness returned, but it didn't. The room was empty. I kept the light on for the rest of the night anyway, sitting upright against my headboard until dawn broke. I called in sick to work the next day. I couldn't focus, couldn't think about anything except what I'd seen. As the shock wore off, memories started to surface. A week earlier, I'd woken up in the middle of the night and thought I saw a similar shadow at the foot of my bed. I'd dismissed it, turned over, and gone back to sleep. Had it been watching me for days? Had it been in my house all this time? I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a particularly vivid nightmare. Maybe it was some kind of waking dream where my brain was half asleep but my body could move, unlike sleep paralysis. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me and my mind filled in the blanks with something sinister. But none of those explanations feel right, because I know what I saw. I know what I felt. That thing was real. It was in my bedroom, standing 2 feet from where I slept, watching me. And the strangest part? It hasn't come back since that night. Not in the same way, at least. Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of movement in dark corners or reflections in windows at night. Sometimes the house feels too quiet, too still, like everything is holding its breath. But I haven't seen that figure again. I've researched shadow people, demons, all kinds of paranormal phenomena since then. Some accounts sound similar to what I experienced, but nothing quite matches it. That jagged, rocky outline, that complete absence of features, that overwhelming sense of malice. I keep asking myself why it left. Was it because I confronted it? Because I wasn't afraid enough? Or maybe because I was too afraid, and it had gotten what it wanted from me? Jake came back from his trip 2 days later, and I told him everything. He listened, held me when I cried, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. He suggested stress, sleep deprivation, maybe even carbon monoxide. We got that checked. Levels were normal. He was trying to help, but none of those explanations felt adequate. I've changed my routines. I go to bed earlier now. I have nightlights in every room. I've taken up meditation to calm my anxiety, but I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3:17 in the morning, my heart racing, certain that if I open my eyes, it will be there again, standing beside my bed. What terrifies me most is not knowing what it was or what it wanted. Was it trying to frighten me, harm me? Was it just passing through, or was it there specifically for me? And if it was there for me, why? What did I do to attract something like that? I keep thinking about that moment when I told it to fuck off. There was a shift in the energy when I did that, almost like it was disappointed, frustrated. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt like it had expected a different reaction from me, and my defiance threw it off balance somehow. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if this was just a particularly vivid nightmare that my brain has convinced me was real. But then I remember how the air felt around it. Charged, dense, wrong. How the temperature dropped so suddenly. The smell. The absolute certainty I felt that this thing wished me harm. You don't imagine details like that. You don't wake up in the middle of the night sweating and shaking over a bad dream and then keep feeling the effects months later. I haven't told many people about this. Who would believe me? Even writing this now, I wonder if people will think I'm making it up or that I'm mentally ill. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I've started keeping a journal by my bed. Every night before I go to sleep, I write down the date and nothing happened today. So far, that's been true. Nothing has happened. But I keep the journal anyway because some part of me is waiting for it to come back, waiting to see if next time telling it to fuck off will work again or if it will have found a way around my defiance. I don't know if it's gone for good. I don't know if it was ever really there in the first place. All I know is that something stood beside my bed that night, something that wasn't human, something that shouldn't exist in our world, and sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel it watching me from somewhere just beyond my perception, waiting. For what, I don't know. I just know that I'll never feel completely safe in the dark again. Story 16. I've never been one to share my personal experiences online, but I need to get this off my chest. I need to know if anyone else has dealt with something similar, because I'm at my wit's end and terrified for my daughter. My 4-year-old daughter Emma and I moved into our small 2-bedroom house in Cedar Creek about 18 months ago. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was ours. Just the two of us after my divorce was finalized. Emma adjusted pretty well, all things considered. She's always been a resilient kid, more so than me sometimes. The first couple of months were uneventful. We were settling in, unpacking boxes on weekends, and trying to make this place feel like home. Emma had her own room for the first time, and she was beyond excited about it. I decorated it with her favorite cartoon characters and got her a nightlight since she wasn't used to sleeping alone yet. It was around the 3rd month when things started getting weird. I remember the first incident clearly. I was tucking Emma into bed one night when she asked, "Mommy, can Dwayne stay for a sleepover too?" I froze. "Who's Dwayne, sweetheart?" "The man who watches me play," she said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "He stands in the corner and smiles at me." My blood ran cold. I tried to keep my voice steady. "What does Dwayne look like?" "He's brown with a white shirt," she said, hugging her stuffed rabbit. "He's nice. He doesn't talk much, though." I searched the entire room that night after she fell asleep. I checked the closet, under the bed, behind the curtains. Nothing. I told myself it was just an imaginary friend. Kids her age have them all the time, right? I convinced myself it was normal, just a phase she was going through. But deep down, something felt off about the whole thing. For the next few weeks, Emma mentioned Dwayne almost daily. She'd tell me things like, "Dwayne likes my drawings," or "Dwayne was watching me build blocks today." I tried to play along, but every time she mentioned him, I felt this knot in my stomach tighten. Then things escalated. About 2 months after the first mention of Dwayne, Emma came running into the kitchen one morning, clearly upset. "The silly guys were in my room last night," she said, her eyes wide. "They scared me." "The silly guys?" I asked, kneeling down to her level. "Who are they, baby?" "They're black," she said, "with red eyes. There's 3 of them. One of them is the moon one." "The moon one?" My voice was barely a whisper. She nodded. "His head is round like the moon. He's the biggest. They stand at the end of my bed and look at me." I felt physically sick. Emma had never been exposed to horror movies or scary stories. We didn't even have cable TV. Where was she getting this from? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept getting up to check on Emma, half expecting to see these silly guys myself. Around 3 in the morning, I went into her room for the 5th time and found her sitting up in bed, staring at the corner. "Emma," I whispered, "what are you doing up?" "Talking to Dwayne," she said without looking at me. "He said the silly guys won't hurt me. They just want to watch." I nearly grabbed her and ran out of the house right then and there. Instead, I scooped her up and took her to my bed. She fell asleep instantly, but I stayed awake till morning, my heart pounding. I've always been somewhat of a believer in the paranormal. My grandmother used to tell me stories about spirits and energies, and while I never experienced anything myself, I never dismissed the possibility either. After that night, I started taking this seriously. The next day, I went to our local bookstore and bought a Bible. I'm not particularly religious, but I was desperate. That night, I carried the Bible into Emma's room and stood in the center. "Dwayne," I said firmly, feeling ridiculous but determined, "if you're here, I want you to leave. You and the silly guys are not welcome in this house. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave this place and leave my daughter alone." Emma watched me from the doorway, confused. "Why are you being mean to Dwayne, Mommy?" "Dwayne isn't real, sweetie," I told her, trying to sound confident. "And neither are the silly guys. They're just in your imagination." She looked at me with this expression that still haunts me. "Then why do you look so scared?" That night, I slept in Emma's room, on the floor beside her bed. Nothing happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next morning, Emma didn't mention Dwayne or the silly guys. I thought maybe my little exorcism attempt had worked. For the next year, things were quiet. Emma stopped mentioning her imaginary friends, and I started to believe it really had just been a phase. We settled into a normal routine. I even began dating again. Nothing serious, just coffee meetups here and there. Life felt almost normal. Then we started renovating the house. It wasn't anything major, just updating the bathroom and putting in new flooring in Emma's room. The day the contractors started working on her room, Emma had to stay at my mother's house while I was at work. I came home early to check on the progress and give the contractors some additional instructions. The house was empty when I arrived. The workers had gone on their lunch break. I walked through the living room, noticing the dust sheets covering the furniture, and headed toward Emma's bedroom to see how much they had done. As I approached her room, I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. Emma's leg. I could see it hanging off the edge of her bed. My heart started racing. She was supposed to be at my mother's house. How did she get here? "Emma?" I called out, pushing the door open wider. "Honey, what are you doing here?" The leg didn't move. I stepped into the room, confused and concerned. The room was empty. I stood there, frozen, staring at the bed. There was nothing there. No leg, no Emma, nothing. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. I was absolutely certain I had seen her leg dangling from the bed. I could even tell you which shoes she was wearing. Her favorite pink sneakers with the glitter laces. I backed out of the room, my hands shaking. As I turned to leave, the front door opened. I nearly screamed until I heard a familiar voice. "Mommy, we're back!" Emma came running through the door, followed by my mother, who had picked her up early from school. Emma was wearing the pink sneakers I had just seen in her bedroom. I hugged her tightly, probably too tightly because she squirmed uncomfortably. "Are you okay, Mommy? Your face looks funny." I didn't tell my mother or Emma what I had seen. I didn't want to scare them, and frankly, I was trying to convince myself I had imagined it. Stress, lack of sleep, an overactive imagination. I came up with every possible explanation. That night, after Emma was asleep in my bed, I couldn't bear to have her in her own room. I sat in the living room with a glass of wine, trying to calm my nerves. Our dog, Max, a normally docile golden retriever, suddenly got up from his bed and walked to the hallway entrance. He stood there, staring intently toward Emma's room, his hackles raised, a low growl building in his throat. "Max?" I whispered, not wanting to wake Emma. "What is it, boy?" He continued growling, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I got up slowly and approached him, peering down the hallway. It was empty and dark, but Max was reacting as if someone was standing right there. I reached out to grab his collar, and he barked suddenly, a sharp, aggressive sound I'd never heard from him before. I dragged him back to the living room, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Max wouldn't settle. He kept looking toward the hallway, occasionally growling. I stayed up all night, too terrified to sleep. The renovations continued over the next week. Each day I'd come home to check on the progress, and each time I'd feel this oppressive heaviness in the air. The contractors never mentioned anything unusual, but I noticed they never worked alone in Emma's room. They always went in pairs. One night, about 10 days after the renovations began, something happened that I still can't explain. Emma was at a sleepover at her friend's house. I had arranged it specifically because I couldn't stand the thought of her being in our house during the renovations. I was alone, except for Max. I had fallen asleep on the couch watching TV. I woke up around midnight to complete darkness. The TV was off and all the lights in the house were out. Even the little LED lights on the appliances seemed to be dead. It was pitch black, the kind of darkness that feels solid. Then I saw it, a faint, colorful light spinning across the ceiling. It took me a moment to realize it was coming from Emma's room. It was the disco ball nightlight I had bought her months ago. It spun slowly, casting little colorful dots around the hallway. The thing is, that nightlight needs to be manually turned on. It doesn't have a timer or automatic function, and it needs electricity to work. I sat there, paralyzed with fear, watching those colored lights dance across my ceiling from a nightlight that had no power source in a room where no one was supposed to be. Max started whimpering beside me, pressing himself against my leg. I reached for my phone with trembling hands, intending to call someone, anyone. But who do you call when something impossible is happening? The light stopped spinning suddenly. The house remained pitch black. Then I heard it, a soft, childish giggle coming from Emma's room. But Emma wasn't home. I don't remember much of what happened next. I know I grabbed Max and my car keys and fled the house. I spent the night in my car outside my mother's house, too embarrassed to go in and explain why I was there, but too terrified to go home. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, I convinced myself I had experienced some sort of waking dream or sleep paralysis. I went back home, half expecting to find evidence of an intruder, or at least some explanation for what had happened. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. The power was working normally. Emma's disco ball nightlight was off. There were no signs that anything unusual had happened. When Emma came home from her sleepover, the first thing she asked me was, "Did you see the silly guys, Mommy? They told me they were going to visit you." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "What? When did they tell you this, Emma?" "Last night," she said casually, unpacking her backpack. "In my dream. They said they missed me, so they were going to play with you instead." I've been trying to convince myself that it's all coincidence or imagination, but deep down, I know better. Whatever Dwayne is, whatever the silly guys are, they're real, and they're still here in our house, watching my daughter. I've tried everything. I've had the house blessed by a priest who looked at me like I was crazy. I've burned sage in every room. I've placed protective symbols under Emma's bed and above her door. Nothing helps. Last week, I came home from work to find Emma sitting in the living room, drawing. She was making a picture of what looked like a stick figure with a circular head. "Who's that, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's the moon one," she said without looking up. "He's my favorite now. Dwayne doesn't come anymore." "Why not?" I asked, almost afraid to hear the answer. She shrugged. "The silly guys said he's not needed anymore. They said they're enough now." I don't know what to do. We can't move. I sank every penny I had into this house and the renovations. Emma seems unaffected by all of this. She talks about the silly guys like they're her friends from school, but I know they're not her friends, and I know they're getting stronger somehow. Last night, I woke up to find Emma standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me, except her eyes looked wrong, too dark, too empty. "Emma," I whispered. "The moon one says hi," she said, in a voice that didn't sound quite like hers. Then she turned and walked back to her room. I don't know how much longer I can pretend everything is normal. I don't know how to protect my daughter from something I can't see or touch or understand. All I know is that whatever attached itself to Emma when we first moved in is still here, and I'm afraid it's never going to leave. Murdy, story 17. I've been sitting on this story for 20 years and finally feel ready to share it. I was 8 years old when it happened, spending the summer at my uncle's lodge in Oakridge with my brother. It's this tiny rural town where nothing ever happens. Just farms, forests, and a main street with like 5 businesses total. My uncle's place was this old wooden lodge that backed right up against miles of dense forest. For city kids like us, it was paradise. No video games, no schedules, just pure adventure every day from sunrise to sunset. We'd spend hours exploring the woods, building forts, and splashing in the creek when it had water in it. That day, I remember it was a Tuesday, started like any other summer day. Hot as hell, cicadas buzzing non-stop. My mum, uncle and brother had gone into town for groceries, and my dad was crashed out on the couch after working a night shift. I was playing near the dried-up creek bed with my dog, Max, a brown mutt with floppy ears who followed me everywhere. I was throwing sticks for Max when something caught his attention. His ears perked up, his body went rigid, and before I could grab his collar, he bolted straight into the forest. I called his name, but he was gone, just disappeared into the underbrush. I knew I shouldn't go in alone. My parents had drilled that into me repeatedly. The forest is dangerous, Ethan. You can get lost in minutes. But Max was my responsibility, and I couldn't bear the thought of him getting hurt or lost. Dad was asleep, and I figured I'd just go a little way in, call Max, and be back before anyone noticed. The moment I stepped past the tree line, everything changed. The temperature dropped several degrees. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in weird, dappled patterns. Sounds became muffled, like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. I called for Max again and again, wandering deeper as I followed what I thought were his barks. 10 minutes in, I realized I had no idea where I was. Every tree looked the same. The dried creek bed was nowhere in sight. That's when the panic started creeping in, that cold, sick feeling in your stomach when you know you've made a terrible mistake. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The forest floor was covered in dead leaves that didn't hold footprints. I started running, randomly picking directions, calling for Max until my throat hurt. The more I ran, the more lost I became. Eventually I spotted a slight downward slope and hoped it might lead back to the creek bed. I was rushing, not paying attention to my footing, when my shoe caught on an exposed tree root. I pitched forward, tumbling down what turned out to be a steep embankment. My body bounced off rocks and branches. I tried to grab something to stop my fall, but everything I touched broke away in my hands. My head struck something hard, a rock or fallen log, and everything went black. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I came to, my head was throbbing, and something wet was sliding across my face. It was Max, licking me, somehow having found me in my stupid predicament. Relief flooded through me as I threw my arms around his neck. That's when I noticed he was acting weird. He wasn't his usual excited self. He was lying half on top of me, his body tense, and making this sound I'd never heard before, a low, continuous growl that seemed to rumble from deep in his chest. But he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were fixed on something beyond my shoulder, his lips pulled back just enough to show teeth. I turned my head slowly, following Max's gaze, and that's when I saw him. A man was standing about 15 feet away, watching us. He wore dusty jeans, a faded plaid shirt, and work boots. What struck me most was his hat. An old worn cowboy hat with a significant chunk missing from the left side, like someone had taken scissors to it. I couldn't see his face clearly in the shadows cast by the hat brim, but he didn't look threatening, just there. "You took quite a tumble, son," he said. His voice was gentle, with a slight drawl that matched the rural setting. "You hurt?" I did a quick mental check of my body. My head was throbbing, my knees were scraped raw, and my palms were cut from trying to break my fall, but nothing seemed broken. "I think I'm okay," I managed, sitting up slowly. "I was looking for my dog, but then I got lost, and I fell." "Well, looks like your dog found you instead," the man said, taking a careful step forward. Max's growl intensified and the man stopped. "Protective little fella, ain't he?" I patted Max's head, confused by his behavior. "He's not usually like this with people. He's super friendly." The stranger nodded like he understood. "Dogs know things we don't. Your head's bleeding a bit. Let me help you get back home before your folks start worrying." Something about the way he said it made me trust him immediately. He seemed familiar somehow, like someone I'd met but couldn't quite place. I stood up shakily, and Max pressed himself against my leg, his body still tense. The man kept a respectful distance as he guided me, pointing out the way, rather than leading me directly. "Just head up this way, then bear right at the big oak with the split trunk." That's when I noticed something odd. He was wearing gloves, thick gardening gloves in the middle of summer when it had to be 90 degrees out. They looked worn and caked with dirt, like he'd been working the soil recently. "Are you a farmer?" I asked, trying to make conversation as I followed his directions. He chuckled softly. "Something like that. I grow things. Have a little garden spot not far from here." As we walked, Max stayed glued to my side, occasionally looking up at the man and then back at me. His behavior was so strange, not barking or growling anymore, but hypervigilant, like he was both afraid and fascinated. The weirdest thing was how quickly we reached the creek bed. It felt like we'd only been walking for 5 minutes, but I'd been lost for what seemed like hours before falling down that slope. Suddenly, the trees thinned out, and there was the dried-up creek, exactly where I'd started. In the distance, I heard my dad's voice calling my name. The panic in his shouts told me he'd been looking for a while. "Sounds like your daddy's worried sick," the man said, stopping at the tree line. "You'd best run along now." I turned to thank him, to maybe ask his name, or if he lived nearby. But he was already walking away, back into the shadows of the forest. Something about the way he moved caught my attention. A slight stiffness in his gait, like his back was hurting him. "Thank you," I called after him. He lifted a gloved hand without turning around and disappeared among the trees. I ran toward my dad's voice, Max now bounding ahead normally as if nothing unusual had happened. Dad was furious and worried sick, grabbing me in a tight hug before examining my injuries and marching me back to the lodge. I tried explaining about Max running away and the nice man who helped me, but Dad was too relieved and angry to really listen. The incident might have faded from memory entirely if not for what happened 4 days later. Mom needed to pick up some specialty items from Harrigan's, the only general store in Oak Ridge. It was this old-fashioned place with wooden floors that creaked with every step and smelled like a mixture of coffee, leather, and dust. While Mom was talking to Mrs. Harrigan about ordering some fabric that wasn't in stock, I wandered around, looking at the fishing gear and candy jars. That's when I saw the photograph on the wall behind the counter. It was old and yellowed, showing a man standing proudly in front of the store. He wore a cowboy hat with a chunk missing from the side. The same man who'd helped me in the forest. I tugged on Mom's sleeve and pointed. "Mom, that's him. That's the man who helped me when I got lost." Mom and Mrs. Harrigan both turned to look at the photo. Mrs. Harrigan's face went a peculiar shade of pale. "Honey, that's not possible," Mom said gently. "That picture is very old." Mrs. Harrigan stepped closer, studying my face. "Who do you think that is, young man?" "The man from the woods," I said with absolute certainty. "The one with the cowboy hat and gloves. He helped me find my way back when I fell." Mrs. Harrigan exchanged a look with my mother that I couldn't interpret. Then she said, "That's Walter Rogerson. He owned this store before I did, but he died 30 years ago, child." An uncomfortable silence fell over the store. I knew adults didn't like when kids insisted on things, especially impossible things, so I just shrugged and pretended to be interested in a fishing lure display. But Mrs. Harrigan wasn't letting it go. "Did you say he was wearing gloves?" she asked, her voice strangely tight. I nodded. "Yeah, gardening gloves. He said he had a garden in the woods." Mrs. Harrigan sat down heavily on a stool behind the counter. "Walter did have a vegetable garden out in those woods, way out where nobody would find it. He was private about it. Some folks said he was growing things he shouldn't, but I never believed that." She looked at the photograph with sad eyes. "He died out there, you know. There was a sudden storm. His dog fell down some kind of gully or ravine, and Walter tried to save it. A branch came down in the wind and broke his back. They weren't found for weeks." A chill ran through me despite the summer heat. "What happened to his dog?" Mrs. Harrigan's eyes misted over. "The poor thing stayed with him, wouldn't leave his side even to save itself. They found them together. The dog had starved to death beside its master." Mom put her hand on my shoulder, squeezing a bit too tightly. "Ethan has quite an imagination," she said apologetically. "He must have heard someone talking about Mr. Rogerson." But I hadn't. Nobody had mentioned him. And I knew what I'd seen. On the drive home, Mom tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd seen an old photograph somewhere else. Maybe I'd overheard a conversation. Maybe it was just a coincidence that a man in the woods resembled someone from an old picture. I stopped talking about it after a while. But that night, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Max had something stuck in his collar. I pulled it out carefully. It was a small garden glove tag, the kind that comes attached to new gloves. It had faded text that I could just make out, "Rogerson's General Store." I hid the tag in my treasure box and never showed it to anyone. I knew what had happened, even if no one would believe me. That faded cowboy hat with the chunk missing, the gardening gloves in summer heat, the way Max had acted, the impossible quickness with which we found our way back. Walter Rogerson and his faithful dog had been looking out for a lost boy and his pet, just as they'd looked out for each other all those decades ago in the same woods. I'm 38 now with kids of my own. We've gone back to Oak Ridge a few times to visit relatives, and I've walked those woods again. Nothing strange has ever happened since, but sometimes when I'm alone in the forest with my own dog, I feel a presence watching over me, making sure I find my way home, and I'm not afraid. Story 18. I've never been able to shake what happened that summer night in 2018. It's been almost 5 years, and I still get goosebumps every time I drive past that exit on the highway. I've tried telling this story to a few people, but nobody ever believes me. They think I'm exaggerating or making it up for attention. So I figured I'd share it here, where people have experienced similar things. It was just supposed to be a normal Friday night. My friends and I, there were 5 of us. Me, Megan, Kayla, Jess, Amber, and Tori, usually hung out at someone's house, watched movies, or went to the local diner. But that night, Amber suggested we do something different. She'd been watching these ghost hunting shows on YouTube and thought it would be fun to check out a supposedly haunted place ourselves. "Let's go to Warrior's Peak," she said. I remember how excited she sounded, like this was going to be the greatest adventure ever. The rest of us were hesitant. I'd lived in the area my whole life and knew all about Warrior's Peak. It's this scenic lookout point between Twin Falls and Riverside. During the day, it's beautiful. Tourists stop there to take pictures of the valley below. But at night, well, it has a reputation. Local legend tells that hundreds of years ago, a tribe of warriors made their last stand there against enemy forces. They were pushed off the cliff to their deaths. People claim you can hear screams when the wind blows just right. Some say they've seen ghostly figures wandering around after dark. I never believed any of that stuff, but the idea of going there at night still made my skin crawl. Come on, it'll be fun, Amber insisted. We can bring flashlights and maybe a Ouija board. Absolutely not, Kayla said. No Ouija boards. That's asking for trouble. We eventually agreed to go, but without any ghost summoning equipment, as Tori called it. Just our phones, flashlights, and Jess brought her Polaroid camera because she was going through this vintage phase. We took my van since it had the most space. It was about 10:30 when we started the drive up. It's not that far from town, maybe 25 minutes, but the road gets winding as you climb higher. I remember Tori was playing this indie playlist she'd made, and we were all singing along, trying to keep our nerves at bay. The closer we got to Warrior's Peak, the quieter everyone became. The road narrowed, with dense trees on either side. My headlights seemed to get swallowed by the darkness ahead. I had to concentrate extra hard on driving. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea, Jess whispered from the back seat. We're already here, Amber replied. Don't chicken out now. When we pulled into the parking lot, it was nearly empty except for one pickup truck parked near the entrance. I figured it was probably a couple looking for some privacy. The parking lot lights were dim, casting everything in this weird yellowish glow. I turned off the engine, and that's when I noticed how quiet it was. Not just quiet, silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no distant cars. Nothing. It felt like the world was holding its breath. I don't like this, Kayla said, arms wrapped around herself. It feels wrong. It's just a lookout point, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. People come here all the time. During the day, Jess pointed out. Let's just check it out for 15 minutes, Amber suggested. If nothing happens, we'll leave and never speak of this again. It took about 5 minutes to convince everyone to get out of the van. We huddled together, our phone flashlights creating a small bubble of light around us. The path to the lookout was paved but narrow, with trees and bushes on either side. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of my eye. That's when we heard car doors slamming. We all froze, turning our lights toward the parking lot. Another vehicle had pulled in, a large SUV. 5 people got out. A man, a woman, and 3 teenage girls who looked about our age. The man spotted us and waved. Hello there. You folks here for the ghost too? His friendly tone broke some of the tension. We walked over to introduce ourselves. The man's name was Dave, the woman was his wife Linda, and the girls were their daughters, Emily, Sophia, and Madison. They were locals from Riverside who apparently went ghost hunting regularly. This is one of our favorite spots, Linda explained. We've caught some incredible EVPs here. EVPs? Tori asked. Electronic voice phenomena, Dave said, patting a small device hanging from his neck. Ghost voices, and I've got my full-spectrum camera for visual evidence. He held up a professional-looking camera with a bunch of attachments. They seemed nice enough, and honestly I was relieved to have more people around. Safety in numbers and all that. We agreed to explore together. Have you guys been here before? Madison asked as we started walking toward the lookout. First time at night, I replied. You might see something, Emily said with this weird smile. We always do. We hadn't gone more than 20 feet down the path when Sophia, the youngest of the sisters, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. We all jumped. What? What is it? Dave asked, immediately pointing his camera in the direction she was staring. I saw something, Sophia gasped. Something white, just at the edge of my vision. It was there and then gone. We all scanned the trees with our lights, but there was nothing. Probably just a bird, Linda suggested, putting an arm around Sophia. That was not a bird, Sophia insisted. It was person-shaped. I felt a chill run down my spine. Kayla grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Maybe we should go back," she whispered. "We've barely started," Amber said. "And now we have ghost hunters with us. We'll be fine." Dave seemed excited by his daughter's sighting. This is good. Activity usually picks up after the first contact. We continued down the path, more cautiously now. Dave kept taking photos, the flash momentarily blinding us every few seconds. He explained he was using some special settings to capture light anomalies. The lookout itself was a flat, paved area with a stone wall around the edge to prevent people from falling. During the day, you could see for miles across the valley. At night, it was just an endless void of darkness. We spent about 20 minutes at the lookout. Dave set up some kind of audio recorder while his wife and daughters walked around with what they called EMF detectors, devices that supposedly measure electromagnetic fields. Nothing happened, no ghost sightings, no strange sounds, no anomalies on Dave's equipment. I was starting to think this whole thing was stupid when Madison claimed the temperature had dropped around her. Dave took more pictures, but even he admitted he wasn't getting anything unusual. After about 40 minutes total, we decided to head back to the parking lot. That's when things got weird. Madison asked to borrow her dad's camera. "I want to try getting some orbs," she said. Dave handed it over, showing her which button to press. As we walked back along the path, Madison trailed behind, taking photos of everything. The flash kept going off, lighting up the trees around us in stark white bursts. I remember feeling uneasy, like something was watching us. The trees seemed to press in closer and the path felt longer than it had before. Jess was walking next to me, and I could feel her shivering despite the warm summer night. "Almost there," I said, spotting the parking lot lights ahead. When we reached the parking lot, there was this moment of relief. We'd made it back without incident. Dave and Linda started talking about other haunted places nearby, asking if we wanted to join them sometime. "Thanks for letting us tag along," I said, ready to get back to the van. "It was nice meeting you all." I waved goodbye to the family. Linda and two of the girls, Emily and Sophia, waved back. Madison was looking down at the camera, scrolling through the photos she'd taken. That's when it happened. Madison's scream was like nothing I'd ever heard before, high-pitched and raw with terror. It cut through the night air and then stopped abruptly, as if someone had slammed a door on the sound. For a split second, everyone was frozen. Madison stood there, the camera still in her hands, her face drained of all color. She wasn't looking at us anymore. She was staring at the camera display with wide, horrified eyes. Then everything happened at once. Dave grabbed the camera, Linda grabbed Madison. They all ran to their SUV without another word to us. The engine roared to life, and they peeled out of the parking lot, tires screeching. "What the hell?" Amber said, her voice shaking. "Get in the van." "Now!" I ordered, already moving toward it. We piled in, and I started the engine with trembling hands. As I backed out, Kayla kept looking out the rear window. "What did she see?" she whispered. "What was on that camera?" That's when it hit me. Madison had been taking photos as we walked back. The last photo she would have taken, the one she would have been looking at when she screamed, would have been of us, of our group. "Drive faster," Jess urged from the back seat. I didn't need to be told twice. I drove way too fast down that winding road, checking the rear-view mirror every few seconds. No one spoke until we were back on the main highway. "Okay, what the actual fuck was that about?" Tori finally said. "She saw something in the photo," I said quietly. "Something with us." "Don't say that," Kayla pleaded, but we all knew it was true. Madison had seen something in that photo, something so terrifying it made her scream like that. And then they just left. Didn't warn us, didn't explain, just fled. "Maybe it was a prank," Amber suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. Maybe they do this to scare tourists. We're not tourists, I pointed out. And that scream was real. We spent the rest of the drive coming up with explanations. Maybe she'd accidentally deleted all the photos. Maybe she'd seen a bug on the display and freaked out. Maybe they were elaborate pranksters who got off on scaring strangers. Deep down, though, I knew. We all knew. Madison had seen something in that photo that shouldn't have been there. Something standing with us, or behind us, or among us. I dropped everyone off at their houses, promising to text when I got home. None of us wanted to be alone, but none of us wanted to stay together either. It was like we were afraid whatever had been in that photo might have followed us. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every shadow. I couldn't sleep with the lights off. I kept wondering what Madison had seen and if it was still with us somehow. We tried looking up the family online, searching for ghost hunters in Riverside, checking social media for anyone matching their descriptions. Nothing. It was like they didn't exist. I've never gone back to Warriors Peak. I take the long way around if I need to go to Riverside. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if Madison hadn't taken that photo, if we'd never known something was there with us. The scariest part is that I still don't know what it was. Was it something following us? Was it something that had attached itself to one of us? Was it something that had been there all along, watching and waiting? I'll never know what was in that photo. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house gets too quiet, I swear I can hear the echo of Madison's scream, that awful sound of pure terror before it was suddenly cut short. And I wonder if whatever she saw is watching me right now, waiting for me to turn around. Story 19. I still don't know what to make of what happened to me back in 2013. I've never really talked about it with anyone except Derek, and even then we don't bring it up anymore. It's just too weird, you know? But it's been bothering me lately, and I figured maybe writing it all down might help me process it. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar. It all started in early October 2013. I was 24 and had just moved into this one-bedroom apartment at Lakeside Heights about 3 months earlier. It wasn't anything fancy, just your standard apartment complex from the 80s with beige walls and outdated kitchen appliances. But it was mine, and after living with 3 roommates through college and just after, having my own space felt amazing. The first few weeks were totally normal. I was settling in, working at this marketing firm downtown, just living my life. Then one night I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling like someone was in my apartment. Not in a scary way, though. It was more like when you can sense someone familiar is nearby without actually seeing them, like when you know your mom just got home even though you didn't hear the door. I checked the whole apartment, of course, looked behind the shower curtain, in the closets, under the bed, all the places you're supposed to check when you're home alone and hear a noise. But there was nothing. No one was there. I went back to bed thinking maybe it was just a weird dream. But then it kept happening. I'd be cooking dinner and suddenly feel like someone had just walked into the kitchen behind me. Or I'd be watching TV and get this distinct feeling that someone had sat down next to me on the couch. The thing is, it never felt threatening. It was almost comforting, like having a roommate who's quiet and respectful of your space, but still keeps you company. My boyfriend, Derek, started staying over more around this time. We'd been dating for about 8 months and things were getting serious. He'd spend 3 or 4 nights a week at my place, and I was happy to have him there. Then one night in late October, I remember it was a Wednesday because I had a big presentation at work the next day. I was trying to fall asleep. Derek was working late, so I was alone. I was just drifting off when I felt the mattress sink down behind me, like someone had just climbed into bed. I froze for a second, my heart racing, but then this wave of calm washed over me. I can't explain it, but somehow I just knew I wasn't in danger, so I pulled the covers up a little higher and fell asleep. I didn't tell Derek about it the next morning. What was I supposed to say? Oh, by the way, I think a ghost climbed into bed with me last night. But don't worry, it seemed nice. He'd think I was losing it. About a week later, Derek mentioned something odd. We were having breakfast before work, and he asked if I'd heard any weird noises in the apartment at night. What kind of noises? I asked, immediately thinking about my invisible roommate. I don't know, he said, pushing his eggs around his plate. Just like footsteps or something. I keep thinking I hear someone walking around when you're asleep. I should have told him then. I should have said, yeah, actually, I've been feeling a presence here too. But I didn't want to freak him out. And honestly, I was still trying to convince myself it was all in my head. It's probably just the neighbors, I told him. These walls are pretty thin. He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. Over the next few weeks, Derek started acting weird whenever he stayed over. He'd get jumpy at small noises and kept looking over his shoulder like he expected to see someone there. Once, I caught him staring into the corner of the bedroom with this look of absolute dread on his face. What's wrong? I asked him. He blinked a few times and shook his head. Nothing, just tired. But I could tell something was bothering him. And the weirdest part, he started making excuses not to stay over. Derek, who had been practically living at my place, suddenly had all these reasons why he needed to go back to his apartment at night. One night in mid-November, I finally asked him outright if something was wrong. We were sitting on my couch watching some action movie he'd picked out. He was sitting as far away from me as possible on the couch, which wasn't like him at all. Derek, what's going on? You've been acting strange for weeks now. He wouldn't look at me. I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, I pressed. You barely stay here anymore. And when you do, you're all tense and jumpy. Did I do something wrong? No, it's not you, he said quickly. It's just... He trailed off, staring at the wall behind me. It's just what? He took a deep breath. I don't feel comfortable here anymore. It feels like we're not alone. My stomach dropped. So he had been feeling it too, but his experience was clearly different from mine. What do you mean? I asked, trying to sound confused rather than confirming his fears. I know this sounds crazy, he said, running a hand through his hair, but I feel like there's someone else in your apartment, someone who doesn't want me here. I wanted to tell him then about the presence I'd been feeling, about how it had never felt threatening to me. But something held me back. Maybe it was the fear in his eyes, or maybe it was the fact that I'd kept it from him for so long already. There's no one here but us, I said instead. He stayed that night, but I could feel him lying awake beside me, rigid and alert. The presence was there too, but fainter than usual, like it was keeping its distance because of Derek. The next weekend, Derek had a friend's birthday celebration to go to. I was swamped with work and had a big assignment due Monday morning, so I stayed home. I spent the whole evening working at my desk, occasionally texting with Derek, who was having a good time at the party. Around midnight, he texted that he was going to crash at his friend's place since he'd had too much to drink. I told him that was fine and went to bed. I remember feeling relieved in a way. I had the apartment to myself again, and I could feel the presence return, stronger than before, like it had been waiting for Derek to leave. I fell asleep quickly that night, tired from working all day. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up, but the room was dark, just barely lit by the streetlight outside my window. I woke up because I felt someone touching me, a hand gently caressing my hip. It was such a familiar touch, exactly the way Derek would touch me when he'd come to bed after me. Half asleep, I smiled and kept my eyes closed, enjoying the comforting sensation. I figured Derek had changed his mind and come over after all. After a minute or two, I opened my eyes to greet him. There was a silhouette standing next to my bed. In the dim light, I could make out what looked like Derek's outline. His height, his build, even what seemed like his messy hair, but something felt off. Derek, I whispered. I thought you were staying at Mark's. The figure didn't respond. It just stood there for a moment, then walked slowly around the foot of the bed toward my bedroom door. "Hey, where are you going? Come to bed," I said, propping myself up on my elbows. The figure paused at the doorway, then continued into the hallway. Confused, I got out of bed and followed. "Derek, are you okay?" I stepped into the hallway and stopped dead in my tracks. The hallway was empty, completely empty. And here's the thing. My hallway was long and had this super creaky floor. There's no way anyone could have walked down it and disappeared that quickly, especially without making any noise. My heart was pounding as I checked the entire apartment. The front door was still locked with the chain on. All the windows were closed. I was completely alone. I called Derek's phone, my hands shaking so bad I could barely dial. It went straight to voicemail. I sent him a text. "Did you just come by the apartment?" I sat up the rest of the night with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. Derek didn't respond until around 9 the next morning. "No, still at Mark's. Everything okay?" I didn't know how to respond to that. How do you tell your boyfriend that you saw someone who looked exactly like him in your apartment in the middle of the night, only for them to vanish into thin air? I just wrote back, "Yeah, just had a weird dream, I guess." When Derek came over that evening, I was still shaken up. I'd barely slept and I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. Part of me wanted to tell him everything, about the presence I'd been feeling for weeks, about the figure that looked like him. But the other part was afraid he'd think I was crazy. We were watching Netflix in bed, some documentary about deep-sea creatures, when Derek suddenly tensed up beside me. I looked over at him and froze. His eyes were wide open in terror, fixed on something next to me on the bed. His mouth was open like he was trying to scream, but no sound was coming out. His whole body was rigid. "Derek!" I shook his arm. "Derek, what's wrong?" He didn't respond. He didn't even blink. He just kept staring at the empty space beside me, his face contorted in fear. "Derek!" I shook him harder, starting to panic. Finally, he gasped like someone who'd been held underwater, his body going limp as he sucked in air. "Oh my God!" he panted, scrambling to sit up. "Oh my God!" "What happened?" I asked, my heart racing. "Are you okay?" He looked at me, then at the space beside me, then back at me again. "Did you see it?" "See what?" There was someone sitting next to you on the bed," he said, his voice shaking. "A shadow or something. It was touching you. It had its hand on your hip." A chill ran down my spine. The same place the figure had touched me the night before. "Derek, there's nothing there," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I couldn't move," he said, rubbing his arms like he was cold. "I tried to yell, to warn you, but I couldn't make a sound. I was just frozen." "It sounds like sleep paralysis," I said, though I didn't believe it myself. "My cousin used to get that. It's like your mind wakes up before your body does, and you hallucinate scary things." "It wasn't a hallucination," Derek insisted. "I saw it. It was right there, touching you, and you didn't even notice." We didn't sleep much that night. Derek kept the light on and would jolt awake every time he started to drift off. I pretended to be calm for his sake, but inside, my mind was racing. The figure had touched me in exactly the same spot that Derek had seen the shadow touch me. This couldn't be a coincidence. The next morning, I finally told Derek everything about the presence I'd been feeling for weeks, about how it never felt threatening to me, about the figure I'd seen that looked like him. He listened without interrupting, his face growing paler by the minute. "So you're saying there's a ghost in your apartment that looks like me and climbs into bed with you?" he asked when I was done. When he put it like that, it sounded ridiculous, but I nodded anyway. "And you're not scared of it?" "No," I admitted. "It feels familiar somehow. Safe." Derek didn't stay over for a while after that. We'd hang out at his place instead or go out, but he always had an excuse for why he couldn't come to my apartment. I couldn't blame him. If I'd seen what he'd seen, I'd probably be freaked out too. The presence stayed, though. I'd still feel it sitting next to me on the couch, or standing in the doorway watching me cook. And occasionally, I'd wake up in the night to feel the mattress sink down beside me, a gentle pressure against my back, like someone lying close to me. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone had told me this story a few months before it happened to me, I'd have thought they were making it up, or maybe needed to see a therapist. But I know what I experienced. It was real. A few years passed, and Derek and I eventually broke up. Not because of the ghost, or whatever it was, but for the usual reasons people break up. We wanted different things, were headed in different directions. The presence stayed with me through it all, a constant companion that never judged, never pushed, just existed alongside me. In 2016, my uncle died suddenly, and I almost got into a fatal car accident on the way to his funeral when a truck swerved into my lane. I managed to avoid it, but it was a close call, closer than I like to think about. A month after that, my aunt took me to see this medium. I know, most of them are frauds. But this woman knew things she couldn't possibly have known. She knew about the presence in my apartment without me telling her. She knew about the figure that looked like Derek. "You have a guardian," she told me, her eyes closed like she was seeing something I couldn't. "A soul connected to yours from a past life. He died young, before his time, and now he watches over you." "He?" I asked, thinking of the silhouette that had stood by my bed. She nodded. "He's very protective of you. He almost interfered when that truck nearly hit you, but he didn't need to. You're capable on your own. He knows that. He's just there as a safeguard, a last resort." "Why does he look like my ex-boyfriend sometimes?" I asked. She smiled. "He appears in a way that will bring you comfort. He takes a form that will make you feel safe." I'm still not sure what to make of all this. I've moved twice since then, to different cities even, but the presence always comes with me. It's less active now, less obvious, but I still feel it sometimes. A familiar weight on the mattress in the middle of the night. A sense that I'm not alone when I'm cooking dinner or watching TV. I don't know if it's really a soul from a past life, or a guardian angel, or just some weird manifestation of my subconscious. All I know is that it's been with me for almost a decade now, and I've never once felt threatened by it. It's just there, watching over me, keeping me company. Derek and I still talk occasionally. He's married now, with a kid on the way. We don't talk about what happened in my apartment, but sometimes I wonder if he still thinks about it, if he still wakes up in the middle of the night, remembering the shadow he saw touching me. As for me, I've stopped trying to explain it. Some things defy explanation. All I know is that whatever or whoever it is, it means me no harm. And in a world that can be so cold and lonely sometimes, there's something comforting about never truly being alone. Story 20. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to write something like this, but I need to get this off my chest. 2 years ago, my family and I moved into what seemed like a perfect suburban house in Oakwood Valley. My wife Elena loved the spacious kitchen. My son Matteo was thrilled about having a bigger bedroom, and even our dog Luna seemed to settle in quickly. But from the moment we pulled into that driveway with the moving truck, something felt off to me. I can't explain it exactly. The house was beautiful, 3 bedrooms, recently renovated, with this gorgeous garden out back, where Eleanor immediately started planning her vegetable patch. The neighbors seemed friendly enough, bringing over welcome baskets and offering to help us unload. Objectively, everything was perfect. But there was this weight in my chest every time I walked through the front door, like someone was watching me. For the first 4 months, I wrote it off as adjustment anxiety. We'd moved because I got a promotion, which meant more money, but also more responsibility. Elena had to find a new job, and Matteo had to switch schools mid-year. There were plenty of logical reasons for me to feel uneasy, so I ignored it. But then came that day in October. I'll never forget it. It was a Tuesday, and I had taken the day off to wait for the plumber to fix a leaky pipe in the basement. The day started normally enough. I made breakfast for everyone, saw them off, and settled in to catch up on some work emails while waiting for the plumber. Around 10 in the morning, Luna started acting strange. She's normally this super chill Labrador who barely makes a sound unless someone's at the door, but she was whimpering and pacing, staring at the corner of the living room where there was nothing but an empty armchair. I tried to comfort her, checked for injuries, offered treats. Nothing helped. She just kept staring at that corner and making this low, mournful sound I'd never heard from her before. I was still trying to calm Luna down when I heard this massive crash from the backyard. I ran out, thinking maybe a tree branch had fallen or something, but what I found made no sense. The iron door to our garden boiler room, this heavy thing that had been securely bolted to the frame, was lying flat on the ground. All 4 hinges had separated cleanly from the wall, as if someone had carefully removed each screw. But they hadn't. The screws were still in the hinges, and the hinges were still attached to the door. It was as if the wall itself had just released the door. I stood there staring at it, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe it was installed improperly. Maybe there was some kind of metal fatigue. Whatever the reason, I needed to fix it before Elena and Matteo got home. I propped the door against the wall and went inside to grab my toolbox. That's when things really started getting weird. I was in the hallway when the TV in the living room suddenly blasted on at full volume. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I hadn't even touched the remote. It was still on the coffee table. As I walked toward it, the TV shut off on its own. Then the kitchen light started flickering. Then the microwave beeped and started running an empty cycle. I'm not a superstitious person. I'm an engineer. I believe in physics and logical explanations. So my first thought was that we were experiencing some kind of power surge. I went to the breaker box in the basement and started checking circuits, but everything looked normal. While I was down there, all the lights in the house went out at once. Great, I thought, power outage. But when I went back upstairs, I realized it wasn't an outage. The clock on the microwave was still running. The refrigerator was still humming. Just all the lights had decided to stop working simultaneously. I started going room by room, testing switches, when I looked out the kitchen window and saw something that made my blood run cold. There was this old plastic bucket in the garden that I'd been meaning to throw away. It had a huge crack running down the side, completely unusable for holding water. But there it was, full to the brim with water, sitting in the middle of the lawn where there had been no rain for days. As I stared at it, trying to process what I was seeing, the water suddenly started pouring through the crack, emptying the bucket in seconds. It was like the laws of physics had been temporarily suspended and had just now remembered how they were supposed to work. I stood frozen by the window, my heart pounding. Luna appeared beside me, whimpering again, pressing herself against my leg. I reached down to pet her, trying to calm us both down, when all the lights in the house suddenly came back on at once. The plumber arrived about 20 minutes later, and for the hour he was there, nothing strange happened. He fixed the pipe, we chatted about the neighborhood, and for a little while I felt stupid for getting so spooked. But as soon as his truck pulled away from the curb, it started again. I was in the dining room, answering emails, when I heard the distinctive pop of a wine cork. We have this small wine rack in the kitchen, nothing fancy, just a place to store a few bottles. When I walked in, one of the bottles was sitting on the counter, uncorked, with no one anywhere near it. The cork was on the floor, several feet away, as if it had been forcefully ejected. I stood staring at it for a long time. There was no way that bottle could have uncorked itself, no way it could have moved from the rack to the counter. I was alone in the house except for Luna, who was sleeping in her bed in the living room. As I was contemplating this impossibility, the back door swung open. Not violently, just slowly, deliberately, as if someone was walking in, except there was no one there, just an empty doorway looking out onto our sunny backyard. I walked over and closed it, checking twice to make sure the latch caught. By the time Eleanor and Matteo got home that evening, I was a wreck. I hadn't gotten any work done. I'd spent the day following strange noises, watching doors open and close by themselves, and trying to keep Luna from having a nervous breakdown. But I didn't tell them any of this. What would I say? Hey, I think our house is haunted. They'd think I was losing my mind. But the incidents kept happening day after day. Objects would move when no one was looking. Lights would turn on in empty rooms. Luna refused to enter certain parts of the house. After 2 weeks of this, I broke down and confided in my friend Carlos, who, to my surprise, didn't immediately recommend psychiatric help. Instead, he mentioned that his cousin Roberto was into paranormal investigation as a hobby and had some equipment I could borrow. I felt ridiculous meeting Roberto in a coffee shop to pick up an EMF meter and something he called an EVP translator. He gave me a quick tutorial on how to use them and some advice that I tried not to roll my eyes at. If you do make contact, he said, be respectful but firm. Establish boundaries. That night, after Elena and Matteo were asleep, I went through the house and turned off the electricity at the main breaker. Total darkness, except for the flashlight I carried. I wanted to make sure any readings I got weren't from normal electrical sources. I started in the living room, moving the EMF meter slowly around the space. Nothing unusual. Same in the kitchen, the dining room, Matteo's room, where I tiptoed carefully to avoid waking him. When I got to our bedroom, where Eleanor was sound asleep, the meter went crazy. The needle jumped to maximum and stayed there. I moved it around, trying to pinpoint the source, and found that the highest readings were coming from my side of the bed, specifically from the empty space next to where I sleep every night. My hands were shaking as I took out the EVP translator. Now I felt beyond ridiculous, standing in my darkened bedroom, holding this device that was supposed to translate ghost voices into understandable words. I cleared my throat, feeling self-conscious. Is there someone here? I whispered. For several seconds nothing happened. Then the translator lit up and a mechanical, disjointed female voice came through. Yes. With you. Always. A chill ran down my spine. I almost dropped the device, but I made myself continue. Who are you? Maria died. Here. What do you want? To know you. I like your dog. I glanced over at Eleanor, still fast asleep, completely unaware of the conversation happening just feet away from her. I had so many questions, but before I could ask another, the translator lit up again. You feel me? Yes. And I did. That was the strangest part. From the moment we moved in, I'd felt a presence, not necessarily threatening, but definitely there. A sadness that wasn't mine, a loneliness that filled empty rooms. After that night, things changed. It wasn't that the strange occurrences stopped. If anything, they increased, but they felt directed now. Personal. Maria, if that's who it really was, seemed to be trying to get my attention specifically. Objects would fall only when I was alone in a room. The TV would change to channels showing old black and white movies, the kind my grandmother used to watch, when I was the only one watching. And I started sensing her more clearly. When I'd walk into a room, I'd feel this wave of emotion that didn't belong to me. Usually sadness, sometimes a tentative happiness, like someone excited that you'd shown up to a party they weren't sure you'd attend. I can't explain how I knew these feelings weren't mine. They just weren't. They felt external, like someone projecting their emotional state onto me. I tried to ignore it. I was scared, if I'm being honest. Not necessarily of Maria, but of what acknowledging her might mean. If ghosts were real, what else was? And what did she want from me specifically? But the more I ignored her, the more insistent she became. The manifestations escalated from moving objects to visual appearances. First, it was just shadows in my peripheral vision, that common feeling of seeing movement just out of sight, only to turn and find nothing there. But soon, it was more. Distinct shadows on the walls of our home, so solid and person-shaped that several times I mistook them for Elena or Matteo, starting conversations with empty rooms. One evening, I was alone in the house. Elena had taken Matteo to his friend's birthday party when I saw the most distinct manifestation yet. I was washing dishes, looking out the window at our backyard, when I saw her reflected in the glass. Not a full apparition, not yet, but a distinct female form standing behind me, watching me. I could make out the shape of long hair, the outline of a dress. When I spun around, heart pounding, there was nothing there. But when I turned back to the window, the reflection remained for several more seconds before fading away. For 4 months, this was my life. I'd wake up feeling like someone had been watching me sleep. I'd sense her following me from room to room. Sometimes, the sadness emanating from her was so intense, I found myself on the verge of tears for no reason. Other times, when I'd spend time playing with Luna or helping Matteo with homework, I'd feel this gentle happiness floating around me, like Maria was enjoying the family moments. I never told Elena or Matteo what was happening. What would be the point? They never experienced any of it. The phenomena only occurred when I was alone, or at least the only adult awake in the house. Sometimes I'd catch Luna staring at empty spaces, or Matteo mentioning that he felt like someone had tucked him in when both Elena and I were downstairs. But they never saw what I saw, felt what I felt. 4 years ago, I left for college in another city. It wasn't something I'd planned, a last-minute scholarship opportunity too good to pass up. But I sometimes wonder if something was guiding me toward that decision. The night before I left, as I was packing my final items, I felt Maria's presence stronger than ever before. The sadness was overwhelming, filling the room like a physical substance. Objects on my desk kept moving. My bedroom door kept opening and closing, as if she was having some kind of emotional breakdown. As I zipped up my suitcase, I found myself speaking out loud to the empty room. "I'm sorry, I have to go." The room went suddenly cold, so cold I could see my breath. In the mirror over my dresser, I saw the shadow take shape again, more solid than ever before. For a split second I could make out facial features, large, sad eyes, a delicate nose, lips moving as if trying to speak. Then it was gone, and the room returned to normal temperature. I left the next morning. Elena and Matteo still live in that house, and they've never reported experiencing anything unusual. But I know if I had stayed even 1 more week, I would have seen her, really seen her. Maria would have found a way to fully materialize, to make herself known completely. I still think about her sometimes, about the sadness she carried, about what might have happened to her in that house. I've thought about researching the property's history, trying to find out who she was, but something stops me every time. Maybe I'm afraid of what I'll find, or maybe I'm afraid that learning about her will somehow establish a connection again, even across this distance. All I know is that I lived with a ghost for 4 months, and she seemed as fascinated by me as I was terrified of her. I don't know why she chose me. I don't know what she wanted, and I don't know if she's still there, waiting, hoping I'll come back someday.